Good evening, Elo. And I completely understand. No worries. Um, I'm just doing the quest because I am incredibly excited to finally do it. I imagine because it is Masquerade of the Guilty, it will be a rather lengthy one. So I am going to go all the way through it, and I will keep my VOD will remain on Twitch for roughly 2 weeks. So whenever you get around to it, during that time, if you would like to watch it, by all means. Ooh, you just finished your job interview? Ooh, the best of luck. I'm praging. You've got this. Furina has been so incredibly kind to me, and I have so much to thank for her. I need that IT paycheck for more Genshins. Oh my goodness. Well, regardless, I really hope that, you get it, and everything is really good. So, Ticket Furina, she's actually really fun. This is just a guilty pleasure of mine. She's also very baby still. Like I still have to go through things with her, but I'm trying to see what I really want to do with her because I may just focus more so on like the DPS kind of thing or side of things with her. Considering you do need to have constant, like a healer, like a dedicated healer with her because of how her kit works. But regardless, I'm just
To this
curious.
day, I am proud of you all.
Smay, hello. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for the resub. C3 Furina win. Okay. I now have, I think at this point, like C8 or 9 Mona. But it would be nice. So the way that her skill works, I'm curious if like I have 2 Ocean Hued on her right now for healing, but I'm not really I don't really want to make her a heal bot because Okumi is right here. But I feel like there's a lot you can work with for her. Because initially I thought Golden Troop would be good for her, but seeing as how is this regarding just do her summons count as skill damage? So I'm curious about that. Regardless, I'm still just trying to see what I can and cannot do with her. I probably should look at dedicated guides for those who are really into the theory crafting side of characters, so I'll be able to have a bit more knowledge. Oh, they do count as skill damage. Okay, I was gonna worry because I was like, who else would this technically be for? Because I feel like the 4-piece for her is really if you plan on just not having her on the field at all. Because I can't remember if her besties, quote unquote, stay on the field like when she's like not on the field. But I'll have to check and see that. But I will say, I love that she has a magical girl transformation. This is very fun. And I love graceful characters. Oh, and as always, definitely let me know about the audio, like if it's too high or low and if I need to adjust it as necessary, or if like the game audio is a bit louder and like things of that nature. But oh, that reminds me. I suppose I will have this in English, since I think the last quest I had was in English as well. So sorry, I love graceful characters. I'm never going to be over it. Okay. Let's see. Oh my. Oh, I'm so excited. Also, to those who decide to watch the VOD, please forgive me. I know I'm going to be an emotional wreck, so... Oh, I could probably just... Oh, it's up here? Wait, do I need to go south? Oh my gosh, there's so many new world quests. Help. Oh, oh dear. I wish I had Astral's knowledge of her husband's like home because I have no idea. I'm always so lost going to the Fortress of Meripede. Wait, I think I just... Oh wait, no. I'm good. See, I'm so torn because I want to play the game in Korean, but I'm like... Novelette, though. Ray Chase does a fantastic job as Novelette. And Miss Amberly Collins does a fantastic job. Everyone does such a good job. Do in English. Some time has passed.
Now for a little rest after breakfast. This is the life. Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today? Oh, today's our big day! We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Meripede! Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now!
Yes, because if I recall correctly, they were... the traveler was sent into the Fortress of Meripede with 45 days for eating Furina's cake. So, during that time, I guess, yeah, we just finished that. Oh my gosh. We're finally here. I imagine a quest like this is going to be... Oh, I can't even imagine. Oh wait, the receptionist. Wait, I love her. Can I please... Wait, should I go to... Oh wait, no, I can go this way. Okay, I go now? It's okay. I appreciate the lurks or just stopping in. But yeah, thank you so much. I understand the pain, but I really hope you enjoy the story when you get around to it. Thanks for stopping by. Also, can I just express how many times people have, you know, I think it happens with everyone, every new patch, people are wanting to go to worlds to like level up, for instance, Furina. I've changed my signature. You cannot have my Furina mats. And I think Leah changed theirs too. And it's like, my Furina mats aren't free.
Please, sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Meripede via the regular channels.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and... Huh?
Oh my. That doesn't sound good.
To this day, I am proud of you all.
Louis Wyvern, welcome. Thank you so much for the tier 1 subscription. How are you doing?
What's happening?
Are you okay, Monglan?
I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
I'm pretty sure that's not good in the slightest. Doing good? That's good to hear. I hope you have a comfy time. I think I turned my world join request to auto-reject at this point because I'm mostly playing while recording or streaming. That's actually a good point. I didn't want to completely have mine on auto-reject because sometimes I like playing in co-op. But I suppose actually because I'm doing this, I will just have it on auto-reject.
Let's go ask the Duke!
Oh my. Talking to Risley. New life's beginning. Let me see. I think it's it. Okay, yeah. There we go. Tsuji, welcome! How are you doing? Also, I just have to say, I love the attention to detail on how her entire outfit, like the colors change. I was listening to her different voices and like languages, and I love how in CN, when you swap between her Numa and Osea form, she says, wow, and it's so cute. Ready to see Kiryu emotionally destroyed? Why would you wish that on me? Oh my goodness. I I don't I don't know if I'll be emotionally prepared or what have you, but still. Oh no. Oh my goodness. Hello,
Your
Risley.
Grace?
I am not calling him that.
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
I'm looking forward to see how you handle this quest. It's a doozy. Oh my goodness. What? It's just so. I'm already just getting flustered.
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I've developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
Did he say Nervilette? I didn't catch that because I was just thinking about Risley, like how this is really cool.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
It's also pretty good how inmates here are also like, yeah, it has nothing to do with us. Okay, but question, why is your name Kiryu? Does it reference anything? So my fun fact, my name is actually the name of a pen pal that I had in high school. It was a we had a like foreign exchange program, and then we kept in contact with a lot of our friends that we actually just made as we were learning languages. And one of the I still have the letter. My pen pal and like my pen pal, I was trying to write in both I was trying to write in katakana because I was like, I know what I'm writing, and I was trying to write a different word, and the way that I wrote the word was incorrect, and thus it was Kiryu, and I don't even it's kind of embarrassing because the way that I was trying to not only introduce myself but like my hobbies, like the different kind of not challenges, but like how our school wanted us to have just like a conversation. So it was just a really silly thing, and I've just kept it since because and I said high school, excuse me, college. So it was just really entertaining in the sense that my Japanese professor was
This
like,
was ordained by fate.
oh, so they completely misinterpret because everything that I had written was really difficult. Clearly, as I'm not I'm not the most knowledgeable in like multiple languages, but because of that, it just stuck as the Kiryu. So most people I notice are like, are you, because even my professor was like, oh, like Kazuma Kiryu. And I'm like, no, I didn't mean that. I'm just very bad in terms of forming kanji and also writing in katakana. So it's literally just my own idiocy, honestly, as to why I have this name. So it's just stuck for years. So it's really embarrassing, but like, it's more so like, I can't believe somehow I completely butchered this and they just refer to me as Kiryu now. But yeah, so that's where that started.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened. By the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Oh my gosh, Risley.
Wait, seriously?
Actually, today is the day we say goodbye to the fortress.
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep.
It's you two. Are you leaving now?
That's right! Today is our last day in prison! But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice!
A lot of people have helped us out.
Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now!
Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
Goodbye, Sijuin.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
Goodbye, Risley.
You're not going to see us off?
I imagine he's a busy man.
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
I spoke too soon. He's coming with us.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
I see. He likes to tease. I see. Gonna be off. Excuse me. Gonna be here for off. I can't talk because of his dumb smile. But I hope you have a really good day at work. But yeah, I will be here for quite some time. I'm not ending this stream until I finish the quest. I'm so determined. I'm so excited. But yeah, he likes to tease.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too?
No, that's all right. It's not like we'll never visit again. I thought they were like, no, it's all right. We don't really want to be around you, Sijin.
Yeah,
I was like,
We'll
no.
come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
Lumine is so precious. I was going to point that out actually. Like, no, you can stay here, Sijin. It's fine.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
Hopefully not. Also, I love his eyebrows.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Maripede is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey. And since Nervalet was the one who asked us to come here,
Nervalet, that's 2.
we should probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia.
You're going to see Monsieur Nervilette? Please pass on our kind regards.
Monsieur Nervalet.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
Are we now going to see... Oops. Monsieur Nervalet? Oh my. This is... Okay. I lost where I was. Stay out of trouble? Sure, the traveler escapes from the authorities in Natlan again. Not clickbait. I feel that every time the traveler literally does anything, it's like, well, they're wrapped in something much bigger. I will eventually do this world quest. One day. Oh, say done.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Nervalet did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Eye emojis.
Excuse me, would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
They're very busy. Oh my, oh my.
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
I am so anxious. Oh my gosh. I love him. I'm going to scream. Oh my gosh.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first.
I will wait forever for you, Neuvillette.
In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well, then.
Love him.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
Reminder to drink your daily dose of H2O style water. Oh my gosh. I will, in fact. I do have a thermos of water. I love water though, so it feels good. Goodness, I can't imagine how busy and everyone.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you
Hello.
done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting.
I love his boots.
Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Meripede, and it appears that you have managed to complete all the release paperwork.
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
It was very important that the first thing that we did when we left prison was see Neuvillette.
A massive
I co-sign.
whale.
I'll be completely honest. I was in such a comfortable mood, and then I forgot. Oh yeah, because I did not watch the entirety of the special program. I only saw the trailer because I just wanted to go in the Archon class, and then I'm like, yeah, there was an entire whale, and we have to rescue Pop-Tart. Rescue in question mark?
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Okay.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? Is he okay?
Yeah, like reading that, it's like, okay, he's Shneznayan, so it's, you know, fine, but we should still not have him in there because clearly we can't leave Tartaglia alone for too long or things happen. But this is a very unique case in where it's like, I'm very concerned.
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself.
There's something we'd like to ask you about.
Yes? What is it?
What was that tremor we felt earlier?
Right! Paimon felt it too! We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
The water levels rose? Oh no! What about all the people there?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon.
Respectfully, if the reborn Hydro Sovereign is like, I have a bad feeling about this is even more uncomfy.
If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her!
With that, hello, how are you doing? Hi. Yes, Svina Di Rosula's headquarters is there.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
Sounds like
There's
a plan.
no time to lose! Let's get going!
Please be careful.
I love my Hydro babies. Look at them.
The two of you have my thanks. If you need any help, just let me know.
Oh, he's so sweet. I love him. I apologize for the amount of times you're going to hear I love him in context of Neuvillette. I'll probably be lurking most times since I plan to do the Archon quest tonight myself. Ooh, I hope you really enjoy yourself. Thank you so much for the lurk.
Oh no! What happened here?
Oh my. All the buildings here seem to be in pretty rough shape now. There's nobody around. Are they all dissolved? Let's not assume the worst yet.
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still... Paimon means we need to check on her.
I imagine they escaped. Oh, they're somewhere else, TM. So Deluge of Wrathful Waters is such a title, TM.
seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Oh my.
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right, just hurry.
Goodness.
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own? My Desiree!
Oh my god.
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened? It hurts!
Oh.
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Oh. Me. Oh, they've probably escaped. This is very... Oh, well, good thing I didn't just jump off.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
Goodness, she looks so... The fear. Goodness.
You're here.
Navia, what happened?
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Wait, where are...
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
Where's Silver and I'm forgetting the other man's name?
He's wounded? How badly?
I really want to assume that they're helping people. Me not seeing them makes me really
He fell,
concerned.
so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
Oh my gosh.
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Oh my gosh. I'm
Understood.
sorry.
I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right, you'll be in charge. I'm sorry. Where were we?
Things have been dire in Fontaine, but like...
The situation in Poisson?
Right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water, leaking from somewhere.
Goodness. Also, her previous line was like really quiet. At first I thought something was up with like OBS or my game, but her audio was just... I can't imagine the absolute stress and fear, like stumbling up, like realizing the water you thought was just regular water was primordial seawater.
Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved.
No, okay, I was so hopeful. Like, hey, they escaped somehow, but...
Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights.
Oh.
The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end.
I can't imagine what she's feeling right now. Actually, just the remaining survivors.
The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
Was it really nowhere? Like, I understand.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Oh. This is so horrifying.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
Wait, we're missing some people, aren't we? Yeah, we're missing Silver, and I can't remember, like, the other man's name.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Melus, thank you. Or I think they pronounce it as Melus. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this.
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here!
Oh.
I'll be right there.
See, my immediate thought is to say that they sacrifice themselves to help others and to make sure that she lives. And I really hope that's not their fate. I'm actually going to be so devastated. I love them.
Sorry, I need to go for now.
And off she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Goodness.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Of course.
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
I'm really, really worried. I'm so worried. An Oculus up there. But I feel like it would be inappropriate if I went up there with the tone. I am genuinely so uncomfortable. It just, right away, no time. Apologies, you heard that. Navia's VA's performance in this bit is really good. I love Navia's English voice actor. They do a fantastic job. I am so unnerved. I'm so... Wait.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
It looks different from the last.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
There's no need to push yourself so hard. Oh. Oh no.
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just...
And this song, oh my god. We are not even like 40 minutes into this quest, and I am emotionally exhausted. Like, this song.
Malus and Silver, they won't ever come back here again.
No. Oh my gosh. Not them. Like, I don't want any.
What should I do, Papa?
And it feels like right when things were just starting to like pick up for her again, if that makes sense. Like, I know she's an informant and everything. Gosh. First time I'm crying in this class.
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
I hate that what I guessed was. Oh man. I loved them and I loved their like family time. And now it feels like Navia is alone again. Like,
What should we do?
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
oh my gosh.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
And like he talks more too, because he usually just has like one-liners.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you, demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
Oh my goodness.
I'm quite serious. That way, it will save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That's so dark, but also sweet and silly.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests.
But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else.
I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise.
Oh, Navia.
I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help.
I am still in the process of processing that they died. Like, this is so heavy. Like, and it's a thing too, like, NPCs you really get attached to. Like, I was really looking forward to just, learning a bit more about them, even if it was exclusively through, with Navia. And it feels so...
This was ordained by fate.
Arata Mizunashi, welcome. Thank you for the follow. It's just one of those things where it's absolutely in character for them both to do everything that they can to save others and their demoiselle. But it doesn't make it any less painful. Especially for Navia, who's been going through so much. Just so much.
Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them.
And it just feels so... like... it's a situation in which Navia is just blaming herself for everything. And like, there are some things that are out of your control, and it just breaks my heart because like, I feel like my words can't even... I feel like I'm gonna be in this state a lot this quest. Just from this alone, I can't even... like, I'm laughing nervously to try and combat the tears. But like, oh my goodness.
Sorry.
Like, it's like like she lost her father, and now she loses Silver and Malus. I believe, she'll pick herself up, but like, it's so difficult for her.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
We are absolutely here for you, Navia.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Jolienne, Esson, as well as Malus and Silver.
This is just so... because like, you go to Poisson and you see these NPCs, and now it's like, is it just gonna permanently look like that now? Like, just empty? And especially when you consider like areas that were quote-unquote supposed to be, whether safe or an environment. And it's like, yeah, so I was actually going to segue into this syzygy because it's like darkly ironic, because poisson means fish. When Fontaine first came out and they're like, oh, this place is just called poisson, like, haha, it's called fish. And it's like, in the context of this, it's so...
So, everyone else is safe. But still...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
No one's sacrifice is truly necessary.
Right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade.
I love you, Paimon.
Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
It's like, excuse me, it's like trying to rationalize through your grief, like, well, they sacrificed themselves, so it's okay. And it's like, losing life regardless is never easy. And it's like, it's so...
You're right.
Goodness.
Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh, really?
Good job, Paimon.
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
This is quite the... well, hello? It's like, oh, Paimon's maturity and growth throughout our journeys. And immediately into, Arlecchino. Goodness.
The knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground.
Okay, so I was like, okay, there is hopium. I was like, they had to have escaped somehow, but we'll take this. I normally would raise like, why would Navia want to link with like Arlecchino? But in this situation, it's like, if we recall her conversation with Furina, the knave wants to save Fontaine just as much as Furina does. But, you know, this is very curious.
As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter, but that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Interesting.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
Of course.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case.
Her and her voice are just so alluring. I love, alluring and very threatening. Fantastic job.
As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves.
This is such a beautiful, beautiful shot. I wish it had the Honkai option where you could just like remove the text and like take a screenshot. So beautiful.
I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
I will always remember.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
So, I just want to scream, specifically because of the fact that the idea of changing fate here in Fontaine is something I am very deeply invested in. We've loosely like covered it before, and by that I should say like in the grand scope of Genshin Impact story. So whether it's like analyzing constellations, the false sky, learning of astrology, and things of that nature, I'm very curious. I love this.
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention.
Literally the loom of fate. Also, welcome, Genesis. Our conquest, let's go. Time to cry. I've already cried. God, I can't even speak. Cried twice.
By the way, Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in.
I love her design so much. I love how her gems look like eyes. Also, welcome, Adila. Or is it... I really hope I pronounce everyone's usernames correctly because I feel really, really bad mispronouncing names. But I'm very excited for this quest too. I'm already in a state, TM.
Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals.
This is very much so on point. Jolly cooperation? Oh. But it was right, okay. Also, her design, her heels. Oh my god.
Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times, and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck, and at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you.
Aww.
Which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house.
It's so, like, she has such a... Like, I love how Father, the Knave, has such a the way that she speaks, like, I love how it's very much so mother, like, so motherly, and she's very much so very, like, she will be quick to check someone. And I also love her dedication to Fontaine and its people. What her true ulterior motive could or could not be, I'm not sure, but I am very, very curious. I love this. Whenever she says her children.
I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
I also really want to know why her eyes are like this.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
It's funny how she seems the only harbinger willing to be civil, unlike some mushroom hat punt and old hag. Like, she's very straight. I mean, I say straightforward, but I'll put an asterisk next to that. I appreciate, like, it kind of reminds me of like antagonists or villains that are just very straight up. But for the most part, they'll be like, yeah, this is what the situation is. And I can, in fact, have a conversation.
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
That's completely understandable. Navia's strong, but she needs company right now. We can be that company if she goes to explore the ruins with us.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, traveler?
We'll go to the ruins together.
All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Okay, let's go. Butterfly. There. Okay, so over here. Would it be easier if I just go to the point? Yep. Perhaps this is not the team I want to, because every time I do any Archon quest, I imagine in some period I'm going to be fighting. And having a mostly, like, Hydro team may be not the best. But I'm just exploring right now, so it'll be fine. On the topic, so I just looked up. On the topic of Celestia, I don't remember. I think it's... I think it was either somewhere over here, maybe. Maybe it was, like, down here. But when you look up, when you're climbing up a mountain, it really, like, you're just so... It feels like you're so, like, right underneath it. You're not. But man, is it very close.
Strike a pose.
I also discovered this, which is very silly. And it just has, like, constant uptime.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Welcome back, Mui. How are you?
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
I just love it when you can walk with Furina on water endlessly. Yeah, it literally, like, you just keep doing it. Like, over and over again. The TUI intelligence indicates that this place may play host to heretofore unknown clues. Oh, is there not? There aren't any recommended elements. Let's see. What if I go in with this team? Oh my, I just realized you were streaming, so glad I didn't miss too much. Welcome, welcome, Star Meow. You also have such, like, one of my favorite usernames ever. Like, it's so cute and so clever. Also, hello, Irene. How are you doing? Hello, I haven't explored Fontaine yet, but is there any indication of a nail somewhere? So, I still, even dating back to 4.0, I really need to thoroughly explore more of Fontaine, finish world quests, and then like the ones that you just find when you actually are exploring. And then also reread documents and various notes scattered throughout the region to try and get a like idea, because I do feel like there will be a nail if there isn't one already, unless something happens TM, but we will see. But currently I have not discovered anything. Also, are we in the ruins of the Institute, perhaps? It's giving very Narcissenkreuth. Let's see. Also, welcome Celestial, and welcome Cynical Popsicle. Love your names. Finally caught you live again. Hope you enjoyed the Archon quest. Thank you very much. Is that? Oh my gosh, is this who I? Okay, no, it's not. This is someone. I thought it was someone, but it wasn't. Hello, just got through the Archon quest. Might be one of the best so far. Oh my goodness.
Right now.
I feel like not fair. Also, she is not really leveled. Like, she's 80. This was all Yai Miko. Like, I have her leveled to 80, but her artifacts are not leveled because I don't know what to do with her. So she's literally not with anything because I'm not sure what set I want to put on her. Oh wait, I'm a bot. You know what I actually should put on her? Tenacity? What am I doing? Actually, excuse me for just a moment. I completely forgot the Tenacity of the Millilith was a set. Let's see. She desperately needs ER though. And then I'll put, yeah, Golden Troop on her. Me casually taking off things that I just had on her. Don't mind me. It's fine. Oh, these pieces make me very... All of these pieces make me sad. I want to cry. She will just have this for now. Okay. Let's see. Oh, I forgot those are her besties.
Watch it! The floor here isn't safe!
It makes me so unnerved to see so many hilichurls. Is there another one? No. Oh, goodness. Part of me wants to... No, it's just a waterfall back there. This is giving very, very ancient Narcissenkreuths, but it could be something else.
Been contaminated inhabited by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontainian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
The like primordial seawater looks so pretty. It reminds me of like the abyss. Like the way that it looks, like very celestial, like galactic in a way. I don't want to say like galactic because that's not the proper term. But like the crystals and the color, like the shades of bluish, purple, like really pretty despite how dangerous it is.
Right.
And also reminds me of the abyss.
Primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here.
Assuming they are not one and the same. And I shouldn't say like one and the same, but
Don't get Paimon wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
From the look of things here, maybe there's no way back.
That complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So, staying here wouldn't be safe either. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
It seems like there isn't any other option.
All right. Come with us for now then, but please be careful. Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
I'm actually so curious. Do you take damage if you step on this? I guess I assume because Navia's in the party, you will just take damage. A part of me wants to try it, but I also like the details, like the particle effects on it. So pretty. Oh, it sends you back. I see. Come on. The primordial water debuff. Kiryu, no! Okay, I at least would have, like, not Fontainian characters. Won't actually do it, because since Navia's with us, I especially don't want to do that. She's really gone through a lot. This area really seems like a Narcissus and Kreutz kind of place. I see. Like, but it can't be because it's very, very ancient. Like, Narcissus and Kreutz is old, but it's not like ancient, ancient. Like, I'm thinking, like, whoa. This camera angle, this is very... I can't even take a picture. I'm sad. I'm sad. I will take picture. I will take picture like this. But like this is so... This is ancient, ancient.
Wait, there's something wrong with this bridge.
Oh my. Oh, Door of Resurrection. Maybe I shouldn't have run forward. Oh no. Oh my goodness, not my girl. No. Please, 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 please. Oh my. You can't just fade to black. You can't. Oh my gosh. You can't just fade to black. So this is Poisson. She like
Demoiselle?
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
is this like a how do I want to describe this? Actually, I will let the scene continue to play.
Oh, was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Like the effects here. Is she like suspended in some form of like I just don't trust this. Like what is happening?
Oh, right. I nearly forgot.
Like I would imagine this is like her memories. Unless she's and this is the past.
It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine.
I am not fine. I have been nothing but unnerved since I started this Archon quest.
I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person.
Maybe I'm looking too much into things, but Giverny sounds like Jean Young Bosch to me. Maybe I'm just looking.
They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor Obina was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here.
And by that, I mean like one of his like many voices.
Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom.
This is so uncomfortable for me because I feel like this kind of state is you're either in betwixt like life and death, you're suspended in some type of like area, samsara, like we're not in Sumeru, so like I'm so unnerved. The abyss, but like the effects just like water, so
I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Malus, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
literally like I agree. It really feels like something is off and I can't pinpoint it.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
I don't know why that head tilt just made me like, Is something wrong, head tilt? Everything is fine. There is no war in Bossing, say.
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me.
I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
Because it's like, it feels like what Poisson would look like after the water level rising and those unfortunately losing their lives, with the survivors escaping. So, excuse me. So for me personally, I because presumably this looks like, oh, Navia fell in the primordial seawater, but
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Trial?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Oh? All right then.
Look, it's Navia! She's here!
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
Like, the way that this is being presented is like, okay, I'm trying to form my words. Fontainians are quote-unquote born of sin, right? So now I'm wondering if, like, wherever or whatever is happening to Navia currently, whether she's been exposed to the primordial seawater and this is what is happening, like her memory or what's like in her mind, this is what she's experiencing. If like this is the punishment that Fontainians will have if they get dissolved or something, what they see, I generally have no idea. Because if she's going on trial now, then it's like, is she going on trial because like they're here? These presumably are the people who've all died, right? So, I'm just like, I don't trust this at all.
There are a lot of people here to see the trial, and they all seem to be oddly excited about something. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case? And as for the judge... huh? Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
So it's just the oratrice. Also, this is a very, like, dire situation, and now I just think of that silly meme of oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale. Goodness, I just think of that silly video. Like, literally, I just see the oratrice, and so now I'm just like, oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale.
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on, do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is, and why I'm standing trial?
Oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale. This is very inappropriate, I apologize.
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain. As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rosula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rasula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable.
I am very
This
unnerved.
was ordained by fate.
Also, Jake Quellen, welcome. Is she on trial because she's not corrupt with sin or something?
We are one big family. All of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you.
This is giving very cult. This is giving very hive mind. This is giving very unnerving.
Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
No, I don't think so.
Huh?
I don't like that.
What are you saying?
I have to strongly disagree.
Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
Miss Desiree. Beautiful evil laugh, but I
know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Oh my.
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Sorry to hear that. Also, no. This is so...
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
Like, it's literally like, stay with us because you're awesome. And it's... I mean, that's a really silly way of me summarizing this, but... like, join our ranks.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Oh my gosh, Silver's raising his voice. Really serious. But it still hasn't passed me how all of the deaths of those that were lost in Poisson have this uncomfortable hive mind kind of mindset that it's like their ambitions, their like goodwill has been warped in such a way because it's like, oh, Fontanians are full of sin.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro! Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness.
Get us out. Get Navia out of this. This is not.
To this day, I am proud of you all.
Isra, thank you so much for the resubscription at tier 1. Welcome, it's been a while. The oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale says hello, oh well. But it's also like, we really haven't, like, back in, was it 4.0, right? Where we learned bit by bit of the oratrice and presumably how it has a quote-unquote mind of its own. Assuming it also plays into this. It's literally just the oratrice in this court, in this very uncomfortable, like, underwater kind of setting, and everyone's glowing green.
Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice.
Also, the yellow-green kind of tint reminds me of, like, the yellow-green crystals you discover in the World Quest. I'm forgetting your name.
Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
Is, like, the our quote-unquote the oratrice is mine? Question mark?
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle.
Yeah, because I'm looking at these vials over here. What? 1, 2, 3, 4. We?
And that is how we will enforce justice.
Ugh, my head... It hurts.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Are they protecting her in the after?
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all.
Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn?
Oh.
How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us.
So I don't like that I think I just saw an Oceanid. I am very unnerved.
After all that happened, she should
Okay.
not be left alone in Poisson.
Okay. Also, I love the Oceanid. But in this circumstance, this just, like, okay. When I break apart various things of, like, in relation to Oceanids, I think of when we previously learned very little about them. And we only learn that they, the, I don't want to say like true or older Oceanids, but we learned that many of them fled Fontaine because how bitter the water here became. But it's like, what is happening in which this Oceanid like hive mind is demanding that Fontainians drowning in sin must all have this collective conscious of having their own form of justice. And the fact that there's just oof, I just have chills.
No more excuses.
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
This is... It's like, Oceanids are the eyes, or originally were the eyes of Egeria throughout all bodies of water in Tavad. And now here it's just like this collection of Oceanids that want Navia to stay in this collective. Ooh.
What's with these people? Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us!
Miss Navia, she...
Silence!
Okay.
That's...
Oh, so they all were like, oh, we're gonna... Also, the fact that there's 7 of them. I will never get over the amount of, like, how important 7 is in Tavad. But, like, not them all behaving when...
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Oh my god.
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
I owe to be whisked away with Neuvillette.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Chad Villette? Oh my god.
Loose.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Oh no. I'm sorry. I can't, like, seeing Navia, like, seeing her crying is just so... Also, I'm just gonna let the scene play because, like, it's so... Like, I love the fact that Silver and Malus came to her defense, even in the afterlife. Like, I genuinely do not blame Navia for just breaking down and crying once all of this is over. Because, like, also Neuvillette's here now. I love how, because he had to tend to something else and was going to meet up with the Traveler after things are going TM, we're finished. So, like, it's just...
Silver.
Oh. Oh. And then, like, Malus making one final joke.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
No.
Farewell.
I am so...
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
Oh my god. I'll be honest, They can't just do something like this is really dramatic and emotional, and then they're like, by the way, Neuvillette, because he was able to. No, I'm not going to like fangirl right now. I'm just. So with his, I'm gonna let him speak.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
But what?
What is it?
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you.
I want to cry. Oh. This is going to be a long quest.
Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
So people that are dissolved become Oceanids?
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
Like the fact that Malus and Silver saved them even after everything.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Please come with me.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden?
You sound very not certain.
Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
My emotions are all over the place. Goodness.
I suppose so.
Why? I'm not focusing on how he said that. Sigewinne sends her regards, Neuvillette.
Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
Also, is it Oscar? Oscar? Almost 1/4 of the way through now. Hog, 1/4.
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewinne would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
I can feel the social awkwardness from the screen. Yeah, I mean, I kind of don't blame him. He's already, like, Neuvillette's doing his best to come to terms. He's still coming to terms with his existence and emotions and things of that nature. But it's also like we just saved Navia from dying, and then she's lost 2 very close people to her, and she has, in addition, like, to her people, like more people, so she would need time to grieve, and she really hasn't processed any of that yet. And then Neuvillette is the one who's like, let's allow her, let's give her some space.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi, even though Sigewinne made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then.
You're the expert here, Paimon. What should we talk about?
So, Neverlet, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Okay, why did we in fact let Paimon speak? I am regretting everything.
Yes, of course.
He's so earnest, too. What is happening right now? Please. Oh, God. Oh, my head is in my hands right now. I love him. Also, I'm super late. Welcome, Whittles. But like, I love her because it's like, this is so awkward, but they're trying. But why is that the first thing you ask him? I mean, it's better than like, how's the weather? But she's like, you could probably swim well, right? Please. Oh my goodness.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
So he got here really quick. How? I'm not gonna ask.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
Anything that I cannot explain with Neuvillette, I'm just gonna say just sovereign things. I hope Navia can get back on her feet. Goodness.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
What I want to say, I cannot say.
Yeah. Right
This
now.
is not
right
going
here.
to be fair. What if I just...
Hold the line!
What if I just... let Yai...
Stop that!
Oh my. Okay. Yai solves everything. This reminds me of that joke. What does Zhongli say to Neuvillette? A long story. Get it? I'm going to keep walking. Oh. Last time the camera was in this position, something bad happened. Oh yes, absolutely, Mui. They have really good emotional moments. And like, my emotions are all over the place because it's like, that was very, very...
Another unstable path. Watch your step.
Oh my. This is... Oh, I cannot, in fact. Jump up there. What? Oh, but I can do that. Oh. I don't like that they're a hillager. It makes me so sad. Oh my.
Silence!
Oh. Whoops. You know, in retrospect, I don't know why I swapped to her, like, healing form when I have Kokomi.
Let's move out.
Oh my. This is very, very dire. Like, the intense music. Okay, to be fair, I can't do it now. I can't do it now, but when you click on Masquerade of the Guilty in the event screen, it has this really like dark, unsettling tone when you click on it in the event like journal, like on the update screen. I was like, oh, I don't know how I feel about this.
Yeah.
Allow me.
Right here. Emerge.
Right here. Right now.
Let my name echo in song.
Right here. Emerge. Right now. Ha!
Rest, rebuild.
Okay, that works. This is giving very Enkanomiya. Oh. This is so... Are we just like in Remoria? Or what remains of it? Or a civilization before that time even. Now you can take a picture! This is... Wow. This is beautiful. Oh my god. Door of Resurrection. Meeting is also parting. Oh, I don't like that. What? Now, why did the door lock? I'm sad. Oh well. I took a screenshot. I just want to say that this is a very...
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
So that's something I wanted to talk about. It really makes me sad that they make such beautifully designed and really intricate domains, and you just can never revisit them. Unless you just play it again, like on another account, which would take quite some time.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
There seems to be something on the wall.
Stone
slates.
It seems like they were put here as an offering.
Oh, there's one that really catches my
Down
attention.
and have a look?
This is...
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
And the surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
That's... I feel like the only way to like respond to this is like smile, because this right here, this line, gosh. Also, hello, new to the streams. I just finished the Masquerade of the Guilty quest. I do hope you're enjoying it as much as I did. I hope you're having a wonderful day. The same to you, Tetra. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Once again, I am just completely reminded of how many times, like, this makes me think of Vera's Melancholy. I can't look at Vera's Melancholy here because we're in a domain. Excuse me. But it's like, Man.
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
This just reminds me of, like, a very loose theory that I have where, like, with the Fontaine, like the Fontainian wings, you learn that the Shade of Life created Egeria, to my understanding. And Egeria herself had so much compassion for, like, the dragon. So now I'm wondering if, like, Fontaine is, like, doomed because that sin was, like that specific sin. Her many sins that she has done has just passed on. But I don't know. Like, I just...
And is that Lady Farina in the third image?
This was ordained
Did the
by
Hydro
fate.
Archon fall into the water?
Iced Peach T21, welcome. Thank you. Like, I just have so many, like, because the concept of sin in Tavad is so... It's like you think of, like, for me at least, I don't want to say you because I don't want to assume other people think this, but when I read sinning or, like, corruption, things like that, I think of the Abyss, Honria, or, like, in relation to the old world somehow. So, but in this situation, yeah, it's like, what is sin? Because Orobashi was destined to be executed by Celestia regardless, because Orobashi discovered before Sun and Moon, and Orobashi and its nation of Enkanomiya were guilty of 12 sins. I think it was like 8 counts against humanity and 4 counts against living souls, or something to that degree. So, like,
And
that whole
is
thing.
that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
I agree. I see.
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
The issue is the order of the third and fourth images,
That's
right?
right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
What sin are the people in the images
If we
confessing
go
to?
by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
Oh.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
I don't know. I feel very uncomfy just leaving a place where we have ancient murals. Ancient. Honestly, who created the slates doesn't matter right now. The real question is whether things will truly play out as the prophecy foretells or not. I also love how in the version 4.2 special program, like the announcement notice, this image was in like the upper left corner. So it's like, oh, yeah, it's really getting dire. And I will be taking screenshots of all of them. Because I'm that person who keeps taking too many screenshots. Because I have to ask, would you guys believe me if I say I have over 11,000 screenshots of Genshin Impact? Precious chest. This area is so mysterious. Also, hold on. Can I? Oh, I can't climb up this. Aw. Alright, statues. Very important. Okay. Some scenes in Genshin are just breathtaking. Yes, I completely agree. I would not doubt it. Yeah. I spent too much
Let's
time.
split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
Also, I really want to like, I love the fact that Novelette sounds such more... Like, he sounds very, like, more open, like, with his emotions, if that makes sense. Like, he doesn't seem to be nearly as stoic and reserved as, you know, it's commonly believed. Like, he is, but, you know.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat!
Just head back to the Fluvsandre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Alright, see you tomorrow.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Oh.
Traveler, Paimon,
Uncle W.
our safe house at the Fluvsandre is always open to you as ever, so please don't think you're an imposition. All right, I'll be on my way then.
I still have so many questions.
This was ordained by fate.
We're finally back!
Sanja's J-Rock, welcome. Hello, hello.
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too!
Maybe it's like my constant state of unease. I'm like, I'm not hungry. I'm worried about Fontaine. Is Navia okay?
Ooh, desserts! Nice! These are all Paimons!
That garlic bread? No, it's not
Paimon's
garlic
already
bread.
starting to forget what happened today.
Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. I'm going to cry. I'm going to scream.
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
Oh my god, I love her so much. Mona in Fontaine. Okay, since the beginning of version 4.0, I was like, I need to see my girl Mona in Fontaine. Like, I need to see her. And
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
It probably sounds so silly, but I'm like crying. I love Mona so much. I'm so happy she is here. I have many questions as to why you're here, but like, oh my god. Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Hoyoverse. Oh my gosh, I love her. Oh my gosh. This literally has been ordained by fate. Oh my gosh, Mona. Did the stars not tell you we might meet here?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
I'm actually shaking. I am so happy to see her again because I heard her voice and there are people like, oh, well, no, it might just be like an event or something, but no, she's here. She is actually here. And like the topic of defying fate and stuff, like, I have so many questions. I have so many questions.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontainian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstatter surname?
I love her. I also love that she's like, I'm not from Fontaine. I'm like, I'm not from here. Okay. There's currently an ad break, but like I just like don't want to, like, I'm afraid to like go forward. I'm literally tripping over my words. I love Mona so much. Oh my goodness. I'm so happy. So I do understand to some degree that people believe that Mona was from Fontaine, but that was mainly based on the fact that she writes in the Steambird, like her column, All Things Astrological. But like I've never, like, she's always been very mysterious to me, and I love like my mysterious astrologist. But it just makes me so happy to just like see her in relation to fate in Fontaine and water specifically. So, oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
It actually has a lot of in real life relations, but I will let her speak, my goddess and queen.
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
Barbala. Literally Barbala. And may I ask what your master's name is?
Astromancer Barbaloth Trismegistus.
Oh my gosh! I am getting my Mona And a Hexenderkel lore. Astromancer! Astromancer, Barbaloptris Magistus!
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great Scholar of the Stars.
This was ordained by
specific
fate
to astrologists.
Argentina, welcome! Hello. I'm currently screaming about one of my favorite characters in all of Genshin and ever is Mona. Ah, I love this.
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
Pettiness knows no bound, Paimon.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
That's so fun. That's so petty and so funny.
Talk about it.
This was ordained by fate.
Luna Beater, welcome. Hello, everyone. I'm literally so excited. I'm like just shaking. I love her.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
Triple Strength Traveler or Triple Appetite Paimon. I'll go with Triple Strength Traveler.
Terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
I love this. Yes, I am. Also, Dorman Port, when? When can we go there? But I love this. Just further confirmations of, like, Mona's character. I was born in Mondstadt. Yep.
Oh, that's
I am not from
thing, then.
Fontaine.
At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same.
Yep, that's the line. That's the line from the trailer. She has plot armor so we can rest easy. For years, I've been saying Mona is such an incredible and integral character. Like, this is a character who can perform divination and read a person's constellation and is knowledgeable about fate. Like, I love her.
There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
I love how she delivered the line. Did you come to Fontaine because of the prophecy, Mona?
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of Altivat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world.
I believe it. Also, goodness. Like, astrology is an incredibly powerful art. So, like, I'm gonna let her speak.
I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person
A
really
visionary.
exist?
Like a prophetess, perhaps?
Of course. The old hag could do it. And I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
I need to ascertain the accuracy of the prophecy. Could you help me get in touch with your master?
Are you sure?
I know you don't have the best relation with Barbeloth, but I need to speak with one of them.
I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
Oh my god, I love her so much. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Like, I'm so sorry. I literally have like the biggest, dumbest smile on my face right now.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you! Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best!
Indeed. That's the spirit.
Reminder, the reason why Mona is staying in Monza is because she read her master's diary. Yeah, she literally was like, I wasn't supposed to read this, so I need to, I must whisk myself away so that Barbeloth doesn't know. Also, hello, Sarah. Yes, I met Mona. I'm so happy to see her. I'm getting, like, Mona lore. Like, I'm so happy. And then learning her master's name. Like, I love that.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
Respectfully, this is already the best Archon quest ever because Mona's in it. I just want that to be done.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks.
I mean, we were being kind of loud.
Right, but we were able to recruit Mona's help, didn't we? Our Fontainian friends will thank us someday.
The bartender's name is awfully close to mine. Yeah, like, so... I was like, oh, you would pronounce it as... Like, it's Tetro, but it's like... Makes you think of, Tetra. You want to know which is Venti's favorite ship? Mona Lisa? After the conversation, you decide to get a good night's sleep to replenish your energy.
Good morning. To be honest, I'm still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see Neuvillette, so let's pack it up and get going.
Oh my gosh. Hunters, prophets? Oh my goodness. I'm so... Oh my god. Oh no. Now we go to Neuvillette's office. I will never be over the fact that she just has a magical girl transformation. Like, I love that so much. Syzygy, your puns. Your puns. Oh my gosh. One day.
You're here! Finally!
Is everything alright, Sedan?
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Oh no. Is this going to be like one of those conversations where you're just like... Oh. It's like awkward when you go to your friend's house and they like argue with their parents and you're just sitting there. You're just like,
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not?
Oh, her face when he asks that.
Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident. We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again.
Oh. I feel like she really wants to say... Because she clearly has secrets. Like, respectfully, like, everyone has secrets. Archons, sovereigns, gods, like, I get it. But, like, in her case, I just feel like she really... It's just, like, her pain smiles and acting, and it's like, please let us try to help. Please. Or just, like, tell, like, and it's like, she doesn't. She won't. And it's like,
I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
very, very tense. Respectfully,
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing?
I love this because it's like, sure, not all gods would have the same secrets, but it's also like, all gods know. Like, it's like, okay, you may not be the same person, but like there's some degree of overlap. We have some, you know, but like also it's like but at the same time, it's very much so, but if you don't know. But also because of Furina's character, it's like respectfully, Nicolette is very attractive right now. Istarov, I am really trying to focus on this Archon quest. I cannot.
I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Is it that you don't have anything to tell, or you don't want to tell? I'm curious. Because respectfully, Istarov, if like Nicolette was questioning me, I would probably cry like that. Like honestly, like oh no.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Furina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
He has clocked you, I fear.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine.
This pains me, Furina, because I feel like this is the most sad face I've ever seen. Like, I will constantly act antagonistic. Like, Furina, sweetie, what is going on? Like, I feel like it was so painful for her to say that, but she's...
That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
This was ordained by fate.
Is she
Did
crying?
Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
Also, Pixel Worms, welcome. So... yeah, yes to both of these. She's deeply troubled and is deliberately hiding something.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
You knew, TM. You're in a bad at lying about not having secrets contest and your opponent is Furina. Man, would I lose.
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
No, I feel like she knew we were here. She just decided to continue acting.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
I feel like this is something I would read in like psychology. We need to make her understand how dire the situation actually is.
Everyone
As
in
if
her
she
inner
doesn't already
circle has
know, which
noticed
makes
that
me
she is
even more
hiding some
upset.
secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Okay, gonna go back to work. Need to charge phone for a while. Well, you have a great rest of your day at work. Thank you for being super comfy and watching me emotionally go through this quest.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
Oh?
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can.
I'll be back. Okay, look forward to seeing you again. Oh. This is...
If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
In that case, we will need help.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Oh, I think I know who to call. Yeah. A few days later, on a boat quiet somewhere in Poisson.
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Aw, hi, Fremine.
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Oh my. Getting so much novelette. Kind of overwhelmed. Friend Monet? That's so cute. Stop. That's adorable.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I just think.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
Why is he talking like this? Also, this is so cute. That expression the traveler just made.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I love him. So cute.
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake.
Gotta leave. Enjoy the Archon quest. Thank you so much for sticking around, Syzygy. It's always so lovely seeing you. I hope you have a good rest of your day.
A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
I really love how they're like, well, since Fiorina won't tell us, we are purposely going to create many dire situations so that you will be forced to tell us what's going on.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Casually plotting to capture a god? Yeah. You know, to capture a god, this is what you must do.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Yes.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Lenny is so funny. He's like, I definitely am in. Yeah, we don't want to kill Fiorina, just we need some answers. And you really were not answering at all. Oh, you made me welcome. Hi, just got finished with the quest and they're great. Hope you're enjoying them. I'm having a blast so far. I'm really excited about the story. Karan's hunting metaphor was just that, a metaphor. You will not call this a hunt because that is not what you should do at present, nor has the relationship between you and Fiorina reached such a dire stage. What you need is simply the secrets she is keeping. Attempting to take her secrets is an act of sacrilegious disrespect, but must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the waters as foretold in the prophecy. There is neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. That is what you will need. The stage of fate. This is so haunting because just like after doing the Sumeru Archon quest when Ruka Devata was like removed from Irminsul, like there's no trace of her. And though this is not like to that degree, it's still the fact that the world has changed in the sense of when you go to like Poisson now, it's just this. You just hear water droplets and nothing else. Like the world changing like that is just, yeah, a solo of solitude. I'm so happy I met Mona again.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
Those meetings sure did make me hungry.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Do you feel more confident after the meetings, Paimon?
It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great.
Sad I missed a reaction to Fiorina and Nouvelette's family fight. Like, the thing is, like, I didn't want to say too much because they were really having a very serious discussion that needed to be had. And she was putting on this, you need to listen to what I'm saying. I'm the Archon. You need to follow my lead. And it's like, I know you loathe yourself even more for putting on this act. Like, it's very clearly you're putting on an act and you're trying to get everyone to, like, it's like you're trying to push people away. And it's like, you know, Hi, Kiryu. Are you planning to do all of the Archon quest today or parts of it? I am so invested. I'm pretty much going to be doing the rest of the quest. Like, I don't think I'm going to be able to sleep knowing if I stop at a certain point. Especially after seeing my lovely queen, astrologist Mona Magistus. So, I'm so excited. Yeah, I really love their dynamic. And I strongly, like, I already love Fiorina. And I'm like, I feel like she doesn't want people to trust her, even though she should, like, I just have so many thoughts about her. Like, I genuinely love her so much. And it's like, it's just one of those complicated situations where it's like, you want someone to tell you something, but they cannot or they will not, like, tell you. You're like, well.
After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh?
Something wrong?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
I didn't pour tea.
Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't
Wait.
be frightened.
Oh.
I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Miss Nicole? The Nicole. Smay, this is not you. Oh my gosh. Okay, so in the trailer, I believe her last name is pronounced, is it Reen? Or like, it's like Reeyn. But like, Nicole. The Nicole Hexenzirkel. Like, I'm going to literally, ma'am. Like, I'm focusing. I am staring. So, okay. She already communicates with, because if we, like, from the little bit we know about her, she communicates with those, or at least I believe Alice mentioned during the, I'm blinking, but the event with the mages party where she communicates with people who are learning the truth and there's a notable change in Tavat. And she just like telepathically connects with people. So this right here, Miss Nicole, the prophetess Nicole, in this Archon quest, that's when you know, like, I literally, I have so many emotions right now.
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
Aw, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
Who are you? And what do you want with us?
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Mona, bless, but also, ma'am, you are nothing. You are so much more than a passerby. I love this. The Nicole. Friend's disciple. So this is one of the friends of Mona's master, the enigmatic N of the Hexenzirkel. Allow me to ask you, will Fontaine's prophecy come true?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesized will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Mage N. Also, this was the voice line from the trailer as well.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tavat so easily be changed?
There it is again. 8.
Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall?
Areas where the god's gaze does not fall. Oh my gosh. Literally, sorry, I like hit my desktop. Literally, I am just thinking of the Travail trailer, and I am now thinking Dainsliff. I'm also thinking of Venti, but like Dainsliff, Dainsliff, Dainsliff. Isseroth, Mrs. Ray. Literally, in the corners, the hidden corners where the god's gaze does not fall. Where is he? Where is my husband? Can he please return from war? I need him. I really need him.
Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive? He's still fighting the war. Leave him be. No, he needs to come here now. He's been gone for too long. I saw him for 15 minutes earlier this year. Like, no.
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
Are the gods truly omniscient beings? Very The tea in the teacup is just about gone as well.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
This is so ominous. Poor Fiorina. This is so ominous.
This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
That teacup is awfully familiar. So the Traveler, an outsider to Tevat, has a role to play in Tevat's fate. The star that was summoned.
The voice. It's gone.
But also, I think this texture just reminds me of, like, is it what, Diluc's carpet in his house? Goodbye, Nicole. I miss you already. Mage N, is this the clue you're leaving for us? Yeah, complicated feelings. Oh, when you wake up, someone seems to be outside.
I want to hear someone talking.
Come back, my wife. I hope she comes back soon.
Alright, coming.
Oh, nice, Paimon. You're getting more diligent.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
If you pour more tea, would she come back? Well, I don't know. Because I don't know what kind of tea she likes. Perhaps, I mean, maybe Risley knows. I don't know. That's Risley Tech.
I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Oh my gosh! I get to see her again! Mona, I love you. How have you been these past few days? I'm very, very normal about Mona.
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected.
I still love that though. Hey, Mona, could you assist us in possibly getting someone from, like, the Hexen Circle to look into this? Like, maybe your master? I'll... Nicole? Help?
Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Very nice.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes! It was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist? I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
Oh, so I actually started, like, using Charlotte. At some point I'll level her up, but I have her C6, and she's a cutie. Though I don't really like the idea of, like, paparazzi and stuff. If she's a journalist, I'm curious to see what she will say.
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Actually, someone already came over. We had a mysterious guest.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
I believe she came to pass a message to us.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
But this is what I love that they tackle. Like, gods are not all-knowing. Like, they're just not. But it's, you know.
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost.
I love her.
But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Okay, let's just... I mean, it doesn't surprise me considering, like, Reindotir and Alice are, like, for me at least, we know Alice is at least, like, over, like, 50 years old. Like, I assume everyone in the Hexen Circle is, like, hundreds of years old. But, like, if she were still alive, well, she'd be, like, hundreds of years old.
Whoa, the Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
See, this just makes me think of when the Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. Remember that time when they were going to challenge Barbados? And Barbados was like, let's have wine and song instead. Haha, haha. I kind of like that Nicole is like an invisible woman. I honestly love that. She exists. She is there.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Also, yeah, I really like that. Oh, if this person meets you, things are going down.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so...
Though, to be fair, I feel like most incredibly powerful beings in this game are all very cryptic, whether they know it or not. Like, if we go down the list of people who are cryptic, who are tied to the fate of the world TM, or are suspicious TM, they are very cryptic in one way or another. Yeah, Celestia do be watching them. One guide with cryptic words, the other guy with cryptic origins, cryptic past.
Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
True, her words were meant as a helpful hint, but when will we realize their value and meaning? Was that the best answer that my question could have gotten?
Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Apologies, Mona. We are very hmjing right now.
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
It's so rough to read. The apocalypse is coming, you know? Celestia's the IRS. Oh no.
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed.
Didn't one of the Hexen Circle write fairy tales to tell stories of erased memories from Irminsul? I'm blanking on the name of the Hexen Circle member who wrote, like, Boar Princess. But, like, A? Squints.
But even so, I still hope for, and believe in, miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful.
Anders' daughter. Thank you. Thank you so much, Istaroth. Also, on the topic of Istaroth, there's this really funny meme that I saw that was sent to me from, like, the Genshin lore Reddit, where someone was, like, waiting for Istaroth to come in the story. Day 1, day 455, day 897.
Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone.
But I really love that, because even during, like, to those who played Summertime Odyssey, when we learned about Mona's journey in becoming an astrologist, I almost said astrologian, an astrologist, where there was a time where she was unable to read the stars because of her arrogance, and that clouding her connection to that sea of stars. And even after she was able to recover and Barbaloth like guided her to essentially not remember, but it's like, Mona, if you are serious about astrology and you wish to become this guiding star for people, then you cannot stop. And not only do I think that was beautiful, but the fact that Mona goes into further detail saying fate is cruel, this is what it is, but miracles can happen. And even Nicole stated how there's a very slim chance that fate can be changed. So oh, she's not A, she's M? Okay.
I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
I love Mona so much. I love her so much. Also, welcome back, Mui. Welcome. But like, I just love that. Because even if you're able to decipher like fate, I don't even want to say like decipher, but like perform divinations and have the power that like astrologists do, it's still like you're never truly all-knowing. No one is ever truly all-knowing, which is like the beauty of this.
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. I need to get going.
Don't worry about it, Mona. Thank you.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
I love her so much. Basically interpreting the stars and the strands of fate, but that's all it is. Yes, an interpretation of fate. Like, beautifully worded. Hi, Mona.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said, but also kind of sad too.
It's beautifully haunting. Like, it's beautiful and amazing, but also very dark and, you know.
Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Go to the newsstand. Okay. You should go to the newsstand. Wait, I think when I first came to Fontaine, the first thing I did was go to the newsstand and, like, buy all the books. Or one of them. Okay. For a second, I was like, I don't see.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on?
Maybe we're famous?
Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker.
I love the title World Walker.
Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
That sure seems to be the case.
Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
Charlotte is hustling. The grind never stops for her. I literally, where is it? Like my team.
We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
It is time to have a comfy meal.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake!
Oh my gosh. Didn't realize you're using Lumine? Yes, I love Lumine. Cakes and tea amongst the inevitable doom. I feel like if I was a traveler, I'd be so hesitant to just eat. It's like, will I be sent back to the fortress again? It hasn't already sold out for the day?
It was so delicious the last time we tried it! Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go! Paimon's sure it'll be great!
We can't let anyone get ahead of us.
One slice of cake, please.
Unfortunate.
Someone showed up after all! Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia!
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
That's so cute. The way, like, yeah, they run really fast. But now I'm just thinking, like, yeah, what does Nervalette eat? But, you know, his voice lines, like, indicate when you give him, like, you know, he's open for certain things, but he is critical of things he really dislikes or you cook terribly.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Well, I feel like, so on that note, movie, I feel like most entity, like gods or beings of, like, I feel like they don't actually have to eat. They just do. So he eats ice cubes. Oh, I don't like that. It's just like he's sitting at his desk. It's like Paimon trying to make awkward conversation with him again and asking what he likes to eat. And he's just like, I find ice cubes very interesting. Because ice cubes probably also have their own tastes.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
Okay, I really like this voice line that Paimon just had because it's like, well, on the topic of fate and how they would adjust to something like that, but I really like this.
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Well, Paimon. Goodness.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
This is actually like really, it's really deep. And a part of me kind of wants to like cry. Like, yeah, It's a really good line.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans.
I kind of figured Sijuin was like hundreds you may Lucy kind of thing. Even if things are not going well, even if the world is crumbling all around you, just eat cake.
She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here.
It's so cute. Like, it's flawed, but it's like also like it's so cute. But I mean, I can't say anything because like I'll see a picture of like Zhongli or like Neuvillette and like I get really happy.
I've got
So I'm
something
very
else to do,
easily
so I'll be
pleased.
going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. I'm unsure this cake will be delicious.
See, something like this is what I would feel like you would eat, like in a circumstance as dire as this, like you would eat something and then just like start crying because it's like so heavy. Also, I really want to check on Navi and see how she's doing.
It's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Hi, Mom. Also, I love the music. I think, is this the, like, evening music in Fontaine? Very calming.
Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Yes, I'm that person who I need my team to be 100% in their health. But I have made peace with any team with Furina.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Let me negotiate a profit split.
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
That's a very good point and very dark.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine.
And I am the happiest I could ever be.
So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
The way she tries to speak like Mona is so cute.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
You seriously want to interview me?
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and...
Props?
Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy.
I just really appreciate, like, of course, the Traveler isn't speaking, but Paimon is asking the questions of, hey, what would you do if the world ended? What would you do if fate just happened in such a way to where everything changed for you? And multiple times now, it's, well, it would be very unfortunate and we'd have to make do, but we have to keep moving forward. Like, despite the despair.
Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist.
Also, these things right here was like a world quest that was here that I just didn't bother picking up yet because I was just focused on the Archon quest, so apologies.
But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Oh, yeah, so I went to do my bounties and it was like an automatic world quest that started. So, casual littering on the street.
Scenery
Yep.
can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking.
Yes?
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do?
These are very heavy-hitting questions. And I appreciate that they are being asked in such a, once again, very dire situation. Because I don't think, I mean, most of the time you don't really think about something as existential and horrifying as this.
No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
Because when you think about it when you think about everything involving the Traveler, they are attempting to meet with the Seven because they want to find information in regards to, one, understanding why their sibling is siding with the Abyss, and also wanting to leave Tevat. Because they, as cold as it sounds, like, Tevat isn't really like a world that they were like, let's go kind of thing. Like, they came here with, presumably, quote unquote, they arrived here with a sibling, but shenanigans happened and now they're separated. So it's like, if the Traveler really didn't care, they'd just be like, well, if the world, was destroyed, I just leave. But then again, as dark as this is to say, they're not unfamiliar with that because their own homeland, both the Traveler and the Abyss sibling, asterisk, their homeworld was destroyed by a star-devouring darkness. So, if I could choose, it's just like Charlotte said, suddenly trying to consider what to do is pointless.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
I want to see your reaction so badly, but Leah just went live. Well, of course, I would rather you, just be where you are comfortable and stuff. Like, I'm just thoroughly enjoying the Archon quest, so, you know, whether you lurk or you come back another time, it's completely okay. Until that moment comes, I think I'll keep journeying on. That's such a beautiful line.
You mean, still traveling?
Yes, cherishing every single moment that I have to look upon this world.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
The banter goes back and forth between the two of you as time slips by. As night falls, you return to your accommodations and end this busy day. The next few days are just as calm. Charlotte comes to find you and conducts the interview in the Spina di Rosula safe house at the Fleuve Centre. Navia, having finished her business in Poisson, even drops by to take a photo with the two of you. All goes well.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough.
Fight against fate, and if fate can't be changed, might as well enjoy every moment. Exactly. If you truly cannot fight despite every tooth and nail and the blood, sweat, and tears that you put into it, gotta live for the moment.
But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
My goodness.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Hello, Isadora.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide.
So are you under the impression that we might be wanted criminals?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Did something happen?
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
Oh dear.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her.
She did say, I'm going to the opera now. Ta-ta. And we are still trying to make a quote-unquote trap for the Archon, so very
loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis.
I see.
And before she could respond, others started to join in.
Trying to get her to crack, I see.
The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
Oof. But then I immediately think of back in Liyue, humanity proved that it is at its point where it can defend itself against any threat. So I just love that kind of, That goes for all leaders, yeah.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
Oh?
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
I understand the situation. Also, who knows? I really wish we could have been shown this instead of being told it happened. Yeah, so that's the thing I also really something like this, especially where this prophecy is very serious. It's a horrifyingly ancient this prophecy is something where I personally would love to see very raw emotions from people with Furina. And we only got like a little bit of that. Like something like this, I really feel should have been animated because I think it would further highlight like the emotions of Furina's people, the frustration, the anxiety, you know, the hopelessness some people may fear. And, you know, once again, I would like to have seen that because it's just all the more impactful. But alas.
Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Fontaine, the nation of Hydra reaching a boiling point? They're like, yep.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
You sure caught on quickly.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone.
That she does not.
When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh! Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh?
Ace Detective Paimon.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
And it's moments like these where I'm like, man, I wish I took pictures of places before I do Archon quests. But like, how are you to really know? Like, obviously.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Her expression. This is the expression of a very tired and sad individual. Depressed, in fact.
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Stay quiet for now. Assuming she just doesn't already know we're here.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless.
Okay. You know.
What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry.
Cry. We'll start crying. Like,
Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry.
Irina.
But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
I am so sorry.
Who's that?
Her voice actress does a phenomenal job. Like, anyone who says otherwise will have to argue with the wall. Because, like, she is so, like, I really love Fiorina, and it's like, we can't help you or try to help you, don't say anything, but it's also like, what can I say? And like, how can I express that? And I feel like she could be symbolic of other things. I'm also overthinking. So like,
Don't worry, Farina, it's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
I appreciate the professionalism in terms of switching up, but you can only mask that for so long if you're like, please.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found.
Fiorina, we all have a mask. It eventually comes off.
Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Maréchaussée Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too.
Oh, beautiful delivery. But also, you're actually beyond devastated right now, aren't you?
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Wow.
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
You're literally not fooling anyone, Fiorina.
They are... They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off! Quick, we have to catch up with her!
Wow. The running. The very, very intense running after the Hydro Archon. But yeah.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here! Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you!
What? What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here!
Fine, fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Oh, we're loading somewhere, TM.
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
You may want to lower your voice to stay hidden.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
Oh.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Another disaster just struck, I suspect.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
Oh no.
It can't be. It's happening again.
Oh dear.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Has Fiorina finally reached her limit? Now that she's talking about her actual feelings, she's starting to look far less stiff. You begin to talk amongst yourselves as Fiorina slowly
It's
calms
true.
down.
I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
But even she knows not to make an enemy of the divine. Ugh. The will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled. I mean, you still have to keep fighting.
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
All my homies hate the heavenly principles? Yeah. But unfortunately, that would also mean that all hope would disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson.
Yes, I love when the Travail quotes are in Archon Quest. It's like, oh my gosh. I've watched that trailer religiously, and I'm like,
Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late.
you have to hold on. Man, there are so many things and themes in this Archon Quest that are just so powerful that I feel like would have such a great discussion. Dissecting everything.
Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end.
Proud of you, please. You got this, Fury. I believe it. I love her. Gosh.
Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all.
You know, sometimes I wonder, like, if there could ever be, like, a therapist for, like, the Archons.
Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
We're running out of time. We can't just go back to square one like this. I have to get more information out of her. Irina, you might not have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness. Gosh, I love this game.
A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
That they are.
If that's the case...
There's no time left. Please, Farina, just spit it out. Very nicely done. I love that. That's so good.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
Bravo. Claps for everyone. Good job, Linny. The Traveler. That was so good. But like, it's so twisted in a way too. Because it's like, the Traveler is being very honest and like, you can talk to me, Furina, talk to me. And then bam, you're in front of the Oratrice. Mécanique. D'Analyse Cardinal. Like, but despite all of that, it's like the people are here listening. And like, of course, in my mind, I feel like she's just going to be incredibly defensive now. But it's still just so good. Like, I love that. That was so good.
Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
No. Everyone's free reign.
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Oh. Oh my gosh.
You would draw your blade against a god?
Yes, in fact. You've done it multiple times.
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Oh my gosh, it's so good. Oh.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
Oh my goodness. So there's actually currently an ad break, and I don't want to continue until it's over. So I will actually be right back. Okay. Also, yes, barring Raiden on a weekly basis, I admittedly have been a bit lax. I think the only weekly boss I've been doing recently was like a pep, because sometimes I just don't feel like doing them. And I'm like, I love their fight. But thank you. Like, but her surrendering is in character, honestly, because we've never seen her fight, and she backed down from like the initial fight against the Traveler. She was like, I would not do that.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Furina, What is the meaning of this?
Her smug expression just... I love this.
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time.
This line hits me so hard.
I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes.
I feel like a part of me is also just really thinking how, you know, the worst case scenario happens, then Fiorina would be able to just relieve herself of everything because she has just vowed to hold on so long, but there's also that very strong side of her that just wants to give up. Every single time just wants to give up and let fate have its way. And in some way, perhaps this would be a sliver of the atonement. Perhaps she would, in her mind, maybe want, but you know, I don't know.
You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I too am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice. This time, I will protect you.
I love her.
Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese
This was ordained by
now
fate.
Unfolding before your eyes.
Namia, welcome.
Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
There it is. Woohoo! Not this guy being like, yeah, let's go.
Oh, now we're making history.
Nevertheless, just like, gosh.
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
Witness of Tivat is such a strong title. I love that. We were so close to getting her to tell us the truth, and it still turned out like this in the end. It's okay, though. As long as we can defeat Fiorina in court, we'll still have a chance to figure everything out. If I were Fiorina, I would feel so betrayed. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm like, I feel like during this moment, this is when all the cards are... well, not on the table, but like Fiorina would be so defensive and feel so hurt because it's like I was beginning to confide in you a bit because everything is on my shoulders. But I'm emotionally unwell from this quest. My emotions have been I've had my highest of highs and I've had my lows. Oh yeah, this update, they've really been much more experimental with different like shots and animations with their characters, which I really, really like. My, oh my.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rasula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates.
Like, I really wish we could have seen this. Like, again, like, I mean, we are, like, looking at it, but...
They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself.
Oop.
So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean... the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Aranias. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
Wow. Wow.
You're welcome?
This is a sound clip. Like, this has to be a sound clip for someone somewhere. I love this delivery.
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
My bad. Just, my bad. We deceived you back there.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
The voice direction and acting during this is amazing. Oh my gosh. Like, I want to make commentary, but like, I'm so captivated by everything that's happening.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
No, you actually guessed wrong. My mission was to give you one last chance. We hoped that you'd share your secret with us before the magic box arrived onto the stage.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Yeah, the only thing we can do now is judge the Hydro Archon. Quietly, I've been wondering when we were going to reach this point, because I mean, we started Fontaine with the trial, and I suppose we're going to end it with the trial. Still, I can't help but be a little bothered by this conversation earlier. What did Farina want to say to me right before we arrived on stage?
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along.
Oh my god, Esmond!
This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte!
This is so cute. I love the idea of like the trial of trials. Oh my god, my friend's out there! Hi, friends! It's so cute.
Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument!
It's a super practical gift. I never would have thought of using it this way.
Let's confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right.
Became Linny's attorney. A murder case unfolded in the midst of Linny and Lynette's first performance at the Grand Opera House. Though they were cleared of the accusations leveled against them, their identities as agents of the House of Hearth were revealed.
I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence.
The truth behind the serial disappearances of young women case. It turns out that the Fontainians can be dissolved by water from the primordial sea. Over the years, Vacher kidnapped and dissolved many young girls for his experiments to try and find a way to bring back his wife, who had been dissolved.
This is the first time Monsieur Nervillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out.
Oh, speaking of, where is he? I'm unnerved that we've not seen him at all thus far. Though Neuvillette believed Child to be innocent, the Oratrice judged him as guilty in the end. Even Fiorina didn't know why. Irenaeus.
The Tui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something.
The meeting with the Knave. During the diplomatic meeting with the Knave, she revealed that she had already probed Fiorina on her own and believes it is possible that not only is Fiorina not really the Archon, but that she is actually afflicted with some sort of curse.
The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think.
The intrusion of the primordial sea into the fortress of Meripede. The entrance to the primordial sea is sealed beneath the forbidden zone in the fortress of Meripede, and recently the primordial sea has nearly broken out. It was it was only temporarily pushed back by Neuvillette's power.
According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time.
Like, this is still, like, what? You saw Child floating in the sea in a dream, as well as an indescribably massive whale. Also, I cannot get over the fact that canonically the Traveler has, like, seen visions of Child.
I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers.
While exploring the ruin near Poisson, it began to collapse and Navia fell into water containing primordial seawater. Only the protection of the dead members of the Spina di Rosula prevented her from dissolving.
The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
N communicated with you by connecting your consciousness. She believes the prophecy will certainly happen, but that you needn't give up all hope. Man.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, come on, Neuvillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
Oh, it's serious. The girlies are speaking. I love when the Traveler talks. Oh, oh my gosh.
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Ooh. Got him. Also...
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Also, this... Oh dear.
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
She was too stunned to speak.
Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
I mean, if I speak, like, I love you, Farina, but also,
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory.
I mean, it's very easy to lie and alter things and to vote. It's like, Fiorina.
See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
Huh. An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
The people only see you as their Archon because that's their long-held belief.
I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
I've got to think carefully. What do we know to be special about Fiorina exactly? Choose them. That was so quick. I literally just couldn't even blink. How can Fiorina live for so long despite being she's human? Let's see. I have like 3 different things. Also, I love how this is the first thing that was just selected. Oh yeah, if she's not guilty, liar says what? And then she says what? And then it's like, oh. I feel like this would be the only one, really, that's relevant. Am I going to be second guessing my... I really feel like this is the only one that's relevant, because none of these are like...
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, There could be other ways to extend your life.
Such as a curse?
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
It doesn't matter who gave us the information. What matters is the veracity.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse.
Oh. That's quite the... That's quite the line.
But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Nervalet?
So, Furina, instead of an Archon, could you just be a cursed human?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Venti comes in to prove Archon aura as Exhibit A. You can just hear it in his voice.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods.
I also really like to have this.
For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Wait, that one trial proved the opposite. Furina actually has no control over the Oratrice after all. Like, what was this? Like, you know. It's crazy how they have to say the entire... No, it's so funny, but it's so good. Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal. It's so good.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order.
Oh.
While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
Oh my gosh. This is so intense.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
No one is above the law.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice.
I kind of wish that she had her mustache.
Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
But she also just...
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Sure, we can put the Oratrice aside for now, but then, Miss Furina, can you give us a brief demonstration of your power as an Archon?
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Neuvillette is so funny, and he's not trying to be. Well, if the situation arises, I mean, I can protect them. Go ahead. You can do it. Oh, Furina, I love you, but they are... A brief demonstration of your power over Hydro should be quite harmless. Surely an Archon can at least match the capacities of a human with a vision?
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
It's the way that they're clocking her. Like, low-key, it's so entertaining. Like, and I love how Paimon's like, oh, aren't you really her? Aren't you her? So you should be able to do that, right?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Oh god. I'm screenshotting this just because this is me making any Genshin theory. Oh gosh. Go big or go home. Reach for the stars. Good for Furina.
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Furina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
Ooh, okay. The delivery of that line, she sounds so like it's really bad. Like your people need to believe in you. Whatever act you're doing, you need to continue playing like you're a puppet or something. The way that she just delivered that line was so like how do I describe it? Like someone who's so scared. Yeah, desperate. Like she's just like, please, please, please. Oh my
if
gosh.
What the prosecutor said is true. She really has committed a grave offense.
Oh, there's an ad break. I'm pausing. I don't want to continue. Oh, there's an ad break right now. Oh my gosh. I don't think I'll ever unhear that. Like the sheer desperation and fear in her voice listening to that. Please, you've got to believe me. Like, I feel like she has like I'm sorry I keep harping on it, but it really feels like she has like a gun to her head. Like if anything happens, like she's literally like, she can't afford to miss everything now, like mess up. So oh my god, like it really feels like, hey, you need to perform your role, know your place, or everything will come crashing down. And I am so like, I don't even know how to express this, but like, I don't know. I hang up over things like this, so I genuinely apologize.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough! That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now?
It's like this is
Seems like she
all she
really doesn't
has
wanna
and it's
give
being
up.
taken away from her. Yeah, like it's literally like exactly, she's so desperate to try and hold on to this because like, you know, regardless of whether you're in the theory like space or not, it's like the more you look into Furina, and even though like up until this like Archon quest, it's like, what is going on with her? Like, what is she? You know, like she's the Hydro Archon question mark kind of thing, but you're holding on to this facade that is clearly not working, but also like, why are you going to this length? And I'm so curious. If we can't prove that she isn't the Archon, we can try to prove that she is just a human. And if she's only human, oh. I feel like it would have to be. Well, I hate to go this route, but irrelevant. Okay, I'm so sorry. This is so funny. What can prove that question mark?
It has been
Oh, I didn't overthink.
that all Fontainians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Irrelevant.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn.
I love that Navia constantly disrupts the court and people have been interrupting. He's just like, can people please stop interrupting proceedings?
Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater?
Oh, see, look what I mean. Like, it's so, like, it's pretty. Like, it's hauntingly pretty. Like, if you're from Fontaine, do not touch this. But, like, it's really pretty and it reminds me of the Abyss. A lot. Like, it really reminds me of the Abyss. Or some space that no one should really have access to.
If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case.
It looks tasty, not gonna lie. I wouldn't say tasty. I feel like the way that it looks kind of reminds me of like slime almost. Like slime, yeah.
But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently.
This
and
was
choose the
ordained
simpler
by
path
fate.
of admitting guilt.
Oh, Soup and welcome. It reminds me of soap. Yeah, it literally reminds me of like a bath bomb that you would get from like Lush or something.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontainian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
What will you do, Irina? Question mark?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
I gotta admit, this test made me sit on the edge of my seat. I am staring. Like, I can't. And it's not just because Nicolette's on screen. It's just literally because this trial is so...
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
It's like, you would be surprised the length at which someone would go when they're very desperate. So,
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Oh my gosh.
Hey!
She actually... Her eyes...
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Goodness. Her delivery.
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Oh. Siegewin? Oh my.
Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oof.
Oh wait, what did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur...
They really said, we kind of also thought about that, so we didn't want you to actually jump the gun
We
there.
don't want anyone else to lose their
Yeah,
life to
oh
the
my
sea.
gosh. Oof.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You...
What's really going on here? Irina can't have not known the consequences of touching the water as a human. This is too unlike how she usually acts. Unless it's actually more important for her to keep up the facade than to save her own life. But hadn't she given up on everything a long time ago?
Listen to me, everyone! Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks! What happened just now didn't prove a single thing! Think about it! How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater?
This is so horrifying. She is literally at her end. She is so desperate. She needs her people to believe her. Please, please believe the facade. Please, please. And like, it's just... Oh, this is so horrifying.
Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
Because you're so desperate, sweetie. You literally, it's like your lips are sealed and like you, oh God, I feel so bad for, I don't even know what's happening. I'm just like, girl, it's gonna come crashing down.
Everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
Oh, I really don't like this. This is so uncomfortable and stressful. I literally want to cry. This is so stressful. Oh. Oh no.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I literally am like so shaken. Like I feel so terrible for Furina. Oh.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone just too stacked against her now.
Oh, Furina.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is... guilty.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. No. And it's the exact pose when she's all by herself.
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal to render the final verdict on the charges.
Oh my gosh.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique
This
d'Analyse
was ordained
Cardinal,
by fate.
Farina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
Did the Oratrice just declare Furina to be innocent?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
There is just...
The death sentence?
And like the death sentence hasn't been, if I recall correctly, I believe it was Nicolette who even said like the death sentence has like never...
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
What's more strange is instead of Furina, the Oratrice rendered judgment on the Hydro Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, The very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Aura Tree seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
Interrupting serious legal proceedings. Oh no.
Is the trial still going?
Fremine! Oh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
With some help from the other Fatui.
Is that the first prophecy slate?
Where did you guys find this?
Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Don't worry, the mystery hasn't been resolved yet. Chad Monet, oh my gosh.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
This looks like the previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine power, turning the Oceanids into human beings.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
An association between the contents of the slates and the events in real life.
Let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Ooh, okay, this again. I like to check the descriptions on the slates to extract key information from them. You can find scenarios related to the stone slate's contents in the incidents recorded in the interview notebook. There, you can verify said content. As the verification process continues, the fountain water level in the menu interface will rise. When you have finished verifying all the stone slates, the truth behind the prophecy shall be revealed. Oh. I'm just... Time to... The history of Fontaine.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. Huh. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
I am so focused right now, so I am very sorry. Real events related on the prophecies. It shows a scene that is basically identical to that described in the prophecy circulating throughout Fontaine. The will eventually be dissolved into the sea, and the Hydro Archon was alone on her throne. Shows a list floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it. Heaven still brought judgment. Hydro Archon's okay.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontainians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And this might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve.
This was a very iconic shot, I will say. Brown. Judgment. And communicated with you by connecting your consciousness. She believes the prophecy will certainly happen, but you needn't give up all hope. Navia fell into water containing primordial water. Only the protection of the dead members of this community was dissolving. I'm pretty sure it would have to be doesn't make sense. Okay.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervilette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
The humans who turned into Oceanids. The fact that Fontainians can dissolve into primordial seawater, proof of their origin. The Hydro Archon who was sentenced to death, a sentence never before passed in the Court of Judgment, and handed down to the Hydro Archon. What kind of sin merits such a verdict? The Hydro Archon sinking into the sea, surrounded by many people. I mean... Ugh. No, I didn't mean to hit him! No!
This was ordained by fate.
Oh, Quintan, welcome! Currently, piecing together Fontaine history in a trial. Or, well, sinking.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Shows a scene that is basically identical to the described in the prophecy circulating throughout Fontaine. Her alone.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true if—
I didn't mean to skip over that, but I go into very quiet focus mode. I'm trying to piece together. I am sorry, I am not entertaining
Their
her.
essence will flow in the seawater. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay.
Yeah, sorry. I just get so focused. I don't mean to be quiet for so
long.
long.
The surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
Verification complete, Pog.
Gets it now, so that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like
this was ordained by fate.
We're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Souffle, welcome.
Let's hear them.
The first slate reveals that Fontainians are not real humans.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
The second slate reveals that the crime of the Hydro Archon was her creation of Fontainians as Oceanids.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission.
Which is so wild when you consider the Shade of Life created the Hydro Archon.
That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
Ooh, there is currently an ad break, so I'm actually going to wait because it'll be a minute. And I am very on my, like, the edge of my seat for this. But yeah, it's like Celestia's like, you can't do that. We can, but you cannot. Even though we already have so many questionable decisions. So yeah, I'm very excited for this. But at the same time, I really have to shout out Fremine for being able to find the first ancient slate of Fontainian history amidst the underwater, and he had to brave very dangerous currents getting it. Hey Kiryu, been following you on Twitter. First time in your stream. Welcome. Since we're on an ad break, what sin did Conria do? Is it because of gold creating life? See, that could be a possibility. Like, I feel like that's very... Like, I definitely think if it's not just that, it also directly plays part of it. Because if we think about it, like, Reindotir specifically wanted to create life, whereas you have like the Shade of Life that's just their thing. And so for me, her magnum opus was Albedo, and she's doing whatever what has you now. So I do feel that amongst that, her creating in their eyes probably false or artificial life, she definitely would have some degree of that would contribute towards it. But at the same time, Conria was also just doing really shady stuff even outside of creating life. So it's definitely one of those.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
Which is so interesting in concept because the Primordial One created the human realm. So it's like the Primordial One created the human realm, and then one of its 4 shades created the Hydro Archon, but the Hydro Archon's not allowed to create life. Yet, Ryan Dotier was like, alright, bet. I'm actually going to create life because that's something that I have personally interest in.
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
As for the 3rd slate, I'm still convinced that it should come after the 4th slate.
Isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the 4th slate?
The 4th slate depicts the fulfillment of the prophecy as it's already widely known.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
Claps for Paimon. You did such a great job, Paimon.
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source.
There are further hidden truths within the ancient stone slate.
When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates.
This was ordained by fate.
But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion.
Yeah, welcome.
Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Now time for the actual history
fate.
of Fontaine. Also, Nievi Bean, welcome. Also, hi, Holy Cow. How are you doing? Yeah, this is like, we learned the truth. Now it's time for Truth Squared. This is very serious, though. Oh my goodness.
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land.
So cute.
The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life.
So we just need authority. I see. One needs authority to create human life.
Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea.
She eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies.
She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process.
Wow. I just have to sit on that for a moment. My goodness.
But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids.
I also really like the detail again of at the end of the trial, Novelette giving like summary.
Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race.
Oh my gosh.
And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
Oh no.
Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Oh, the power of water to take any shape.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
What is the third slate supposed to represent,
A
then?
key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice.
Oh, that's beautiful. Also, I feel like my brain is exploding. But even early on, to add on to the comment about the reason why Conria was destroyed. You have to we're learning that it was theorized before, not in this exact way, but how you have to have authority from the heavenly principles to create life. So now I'm okay, so Rheindotir is just on their most wanted, I assume. She's just out here. Mind you, she has the entire Primordial Human project that's just, happening. Well, she created, so it's so it's so sad too, because this entire time, Serena is just sitting on the throne, drowning. Both, yeah, metaphorically, she's just drowning in what has transpired.
You may also recall
discoveries.
Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
Goodness.
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
Feels like there's no way out of it. A self-fulfilling... Yeah, a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Wait. The ultimate proof.
This
Oh
eruption
gosh.
is just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Time to find the true culprit. I really don't want that. I don't want to. I don't want to click that. What if I just? Well,
Both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Did we solve it for realsies? Wait, why is it purple? Okay. Oh, whoa, what's happening? It was revealed to me in a dream. Goodness. Is this okay? Oh, please don't do that. Oh, I've never been so happy to see Tartaglia in my life. What is happening? Oh my god, what has happened to him?
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the Opera House? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
I've never been so happy to see him in my entire life. Also, I really don't like that he I don't like that he's clearly so battered. I don't like that he gave a thumbs down. I don't like you will never hear me say this again, but I am genuinely worried about Tartaglia. Like, we need to go in there ASAP. It looks really cool, and I'm like worried, but I also really like Novelette and Tartaglia fighting. That was so intense. What the heck? Yeah, it's absolutely the thing that he saw when he was in the abyss.
At last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while.
Oh, that's so depressing.
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels.
My gosh.
And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh impossible to resist.
Oh, this is not... I don't like this.
Therefore, when it
So
left the
pretty.
primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontainians.
It wanted to eat Fontaine. And Tartaglia said no. We have a fight, actually. Like, there's so many... I'm genuinely concerned about Tartaglia. Like, I do not feel comfortable standing here.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked,
How long has he been
must
fighting
have
that
been
thing?
fighting the creature for
Yeah.
quite a long time.
So I assume they're just fighting in like the abyss or space or what have you. How long has
That battle maniac. We've always known
like
that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
What do you mean too late, Novelette? You cannot say that in this game. I refuse. No.
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself.
Wait, so this also implies that Tartaglia has been fighting that thing for God knows how long without his vision? Just in, I assume, permanent Foul Legacy state? I am so unnerved.
Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
You have to go out at least fighting. Like, there's just no way. Ellipsis.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
After everything, it still turned out like this. We couldn't fight against it. But if this is all about fate...
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Okay. Just... Could it be that even if the prophecy will be fulfilled, there will still be a way to save everyone? Did I miss something? Wait, I forgot about Fiorina. What was it that she wanted to say to me at that last moment in the giant magic box? What is her real secret? Indeed. Oh, I don't know if I can handle another cutscene. Oh dear.
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Marina!
No, I still need answers.
Oh my gosh.
You.
Fiorina? I like that title. Also, new skin, by the way, next year. Hello.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
Is this true, Fiorina?
You are not Farina.
No,
Who
it's
are
not.
you?
Who are you? Wait.
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
I love how it's just like Fiorina's voice, much more calm and like I'm so unnerved. I've not stopped been unnerved this entire Archon quest.
Focalor, why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
You have to defy fate itself. Oh my god.
Deceiving the heavenly principles.
Also, the music here.
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was
This was
positively
ordained by
bemused
fate.
when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria, for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it?
This line right here for the uninitiated just reminds me of Fiorina's fourth wall breaking in her teaser.
She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in.
I'm just in like shock right now. I'm so sorry I'm not speaking.
I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up.
I'm just thinking over here. Like definition of gaslight gatekeep.
But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known.
Just the guillotine, quote unquote, just hovering above her. I also, okay, I just, the teardrop on it too.
After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina.
Well, there that is, and now I'm just thinking back to like gods creating familiars or multiple vessel things, because now obviously they're in different circumstances, but I think of like Devata and Kusanali.
She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished.
And this is literally like, isn't this the exact quote with Furina's new drip marketing card? And like, I think the quote, like it was like a sinner washed with like regret and sorrow. Is Focalor in this then? Because we have like, yeah, A creating puppets, Devata creating Kusanali.
Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her.
Oh, okay.
All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy.
There is currently an ad break. I refuse to continue on because this is so like, I have many, many emotions and thoughts right now, and I am not even, I keep learning more, and I don't even know how to like process some of this. And also the music here doesn't help. I mean, doesn't help as in it's very beautiful. But that being said, it's just really like, I love the fact that the theory of like, oh, Furina is not the real Hydro Archon can now like come to rest, because she was a figurehead more than anything, with Focalor just being over here. But it's ultimately like Furina really is just this puppet, this lone puppet, needing to deceive Celestia for fear of Fontaine meeting a very grim end. Even though the prophecy is still happened.
Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she?
Sounds so heartbroken.
Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
Oh God.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years.
500 years.
And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
And you're here. I came into contact with Furina's tears. If I remember correctly, tears often contain a being's strongest emotion. With sufficiently strong hydrosensitivity, I can form an emotional connection. Just like I did with that Oceanid at the Fountain of Lucine. Wait. Could this be Furina's inner world? I think we are now at like 3 for 3 in terms of like, even though this is a unique case and Furina is a human, it's like we entered Makoto's consciousness, or the plane of euthymia, then we entered Rukkhadevata's consciousness. And now we're in Furina's inner world. Ooh, the theme slowed is very pretty. Furina? What is she doing on stage? Wait a moment, that probably isn't Furina. That's likely a reflection of her inner self. I just realized we're the therapist for the Archon. Oh dear. If I can directly speak to that self, I might be able to easily get what I wanted to know. I came here for answers. Either way, this opportunity is not to be missed. Let me try talking to her. This is... Oh, we're in a domain. I can't... And then the light just on her. I love that. Hydro resonance so strong the traveler found the world within a teardrop? Yeah, literally. Oh, I love that there's like the shadow over her. I really like that. All eyes on Furina. Oh, wow. 3 lights, actually. I guess unless there's one, yeah, above. It's 3. Let me just take a picture.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Furina.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you.
Oh.
There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
Don't look at me. This is so heartbreaking. This is so horrifying.
Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it?
Just let the stage lights go off, only for a moment.
I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontainians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Something's off. There's no getting through to her. Even in her heart of hearts, she's still playing the role of Hydro Archon. What sort of resolve must she have that even her inner self and subconscious would have such an impenetrable defense? I have to find it. Like, physically, like you're in someone's inner world.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Going to be very difficult. I don't have a shield for Ganyu. I missed my shot. Not a true Ganyu player.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know.
Chains?
Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
This is actually so depressing. Like, I'm trying to focus and fight them, but I'm like fighting back tears. This is so powerful. It's so sad. Like, you turn off the spotlights that are on her and her in like you're getting attacked. Oh. That's all the spotlights turned off. In Furina's heart, they must have symbolized the eyes of the people on. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Is that her true voice? A ticket? When did that end up here? Either way, looks like the show is about to begin. In that case, show me how you truly feel, Furina. Scene 1, before a mirror. The fact that it's just empty. This really just reminds me of the character teaser, where she's just here in the dark by herself crying. Oh. Having to look at yourself in the mirror. Okay.
Furina. Furina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
I love how I just think of the character demo where you see the inverted Furina and her eyes are opposite.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
This is so powerful and so sad. Oh my gosh.
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Irina has been alone for dealing with the prophecy, being to play the role of this Celestia and keeping up this act. Like just thinking back to the trial and her desperation.
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Like, you can clearly see her, she just so meek and like she was just born, created.
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty.
Somewhat. Also, thank you, Dash. I did in fact hydrate. I drank some water. I am sadly drinking water. I just wish I could hug Irina so much.
As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
I just want to like burst into tears right now.
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
That's not very heavy at all. Or Fiorina? Oh, Fostor. Yeah, Genesis, I feel like you could really create and write or just have a discussion about the subject of mental health with Fiorina. I mean, with all of the Archons, honestly. In Fiorina's case, it's something that's so... like... I apologize that like my words are not coming out how I would like for them to.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
You know, this is the most, and I don't mean this in a mean, like a meme way, genuinely cursed. Like, actually cursed. This is so heartbreaking. Session speed. And now she has her... She's in her Numa form. Longer hair. Like, this is so cruel a fate. I don't think I would ever wish this on anyone. To pretend for years and years. Like...
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say?
This was ordained by fate.
To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Summon courage?
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon.
Appear earnest.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
Ugh, the music, and then literally just all of these prompts are just acting.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
Oh, the sighs that I had.
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-back puppet.
Wow. Very on the nose.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Verena. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play.
Ooh boy, poor Fiorina. The performance of a lifetime.
Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering, if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them?
Beautifully done.
Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house.
And thus begins the curse that she will now bear for hundreds of years. Like, this is the song that you hear when she's hugging the Recon Logmec, and she's like, "You're the only one I have left."
You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful. Our future may yet be bright after all.
It's like she is literally just... I mean, she has to put on a show.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
I'm encouraged resolutely with conviction.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Wow. What a line.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
Just hyping up this act is so painful. It's just so painful.
There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
This is so heartbreaking, but I also really have to commend her voice actress. She is killing it. Amazing. Oh my gosh. It's just... She's like, I got my people, and they now believe me, because if they don't, then... the prophecy. And it's like, you hit it on the nail, Genesis, like doing this every day for centuries to keep up this charade. I mean, Fiorina must have been the greatest actress for fooling everyone. Even Celestia for 500 years. Oof, yeah. Like... And this song playing too, like, I can't express to you all how many times I've watched the character teaser for Fiorina. Like,
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
This is so heartbreaking. A trial to end all things. And it...
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
And then it's the fact that when you look, like, you think back to her talking to the Traveler and switching up so much, like she's just so, it's so ingrained in her. She's just so, always keep on an act, always keep on the act, always keep it on. Can't take it off. You have to wear this mask.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Oh, this is so rough. And this music just being on repeat over and over again is so chilling.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
Her just sounding so desperate for any form of counterbalance to the prophecy. Oh, this is just so... I can't even imagine the nightmares she got.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved.
Mm. I also wonder that too, because there comes a point where it's like, who even are you anymore? Do you know who you are?
Alright, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Scene 4. I wonder if there's 7 scenes.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
It's just every scene she's already witnessed, and I just think of her. I just need to keep going. Everyone will be safe. Everything is fine. I just keep this up.
I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
And now I just wonder how much of this is just same, like she just repeats over and over and over and over again. Just in this constant toxic cycle and can never turn off.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end.
And like, who knows how long she's been doing this at this point.
I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Over and over and over and over and over again. Like, oh my god, this is just...
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deoteria, almost 20 generations ago.
The first member of our family 20 generations ago. Like, I really... Excuse me. It's just so horrific. Like, I can't imagine how much of herself she has lost. How lost she is. And she's just holding on to the... I just need to keep going and everyone will be saved.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Like, you literally hear her breaking here.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
There's currently an ad break right now, so I'm just going to pause. But again, Miss Collins does a fantastic job as Furina. Like, because like even early on learning about Furina, it's like this is clearly a facade and there's something much deeper, and it's actually something so dark. And I just feel so like I feel like I just don't have the emotions. I don't have the words to properly express how she has been putting on this act for hundreds of years and has not told a single soul. And she just can't. She's just so broken.
What is it, good citizen?
Like she has to be this puppet. She has to be this actress.
Are you crying?
Like, I can't imagine the pain that she's going through right now. Like, going through generations of her people, doing the same routine, keeping up the same facade, and like, she is alone. And she keeps telling herself that if she just keeps going, everything will be fine.
Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
Like, she's so used to deflecting and lying that she's just like, it's just second nature to just not be true to herself. Like, and when you think back to like the instances where, you know, like Novella was trying to speak to her and she was like, no, I can't say anything. And then when the Traveler spoke to her and she was deceived, it's like how much of Furina is left, because she's just, if I try to confide in someone, I'm going to be hurt again. But I have to take on this pain and this burden because I can't let anything happen to Fontaine.
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then.
Like, look at her.
Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
Like, she's listening to her, but she's not listening to her. If you know what I mean. Like, she has this smile here, and she's just looking into the distance. Like, she is just looking. So sorry. Like, I can't imagine what Furina has gone through. Like, this is so horrifying. I am so sorry. Like, she has the most pained, forced smile, and she's just looking forward. There is nothing there, but it's so empty. She has so little left in her. She is just, she's holding on, but it's taken so much of her. Like, it's just second nature for her to just tell people what they're used to hearing. and she's this. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. But I mean, for the normal citizens of Fontaine, how would they have seen the signs? Exactly, because she doesn't confide in anyone. No one knows anything. When the Traveler tried to fight her when we first met her, I realize now that it's more than flabbergasting. It's panic over an audience seeing through the act. Yeah. Because she can't fight. She can't. And it's like, if I just keep moving forward, everything will be fine. Like, she's doing everything she can to not have the act broken. And when you think back onto the trial, where she is so desperately crying for her people to believe her. Please believe. Please, I am your Archon. I am your Archon.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer?
And this is literally the fountain of Lucine. This is what you hear. You hear this on repeat constantly. It doesn't, every day, it doesn't matter.
Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more.
Like, she's just so, she's a shell at this point.
I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries, but there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
It's my voice? A scene from when we were within that magic box? This is great. And think that the scene would replay in her inner world. Surely I'll find out what she wanted to tell me this time.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... She's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better.
Even though she wants to say so badly, she wants to confide in anyone. She will literally take on all of the pain if it means to protect her people.
All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
And then to immediately go on trial.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
Oh, Foslor, I have many things.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Linny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it?
Wow. I just...
Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
Wow. Again,
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
I love how throughout this discussion, wherever excuse me, Focalors has walked, this has just followed her. It's just been on top of her this entire time, hovering.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalors, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course.
Oh my gosh, I literally had the theory that if it wasn't Fiorina, like, to return... I feel so validated. I'm so sorry. I feel so validated. Because I was like, there is no way. Even though... So, I had made the TikTok, and it was basically just, as the god of justice will know the truth and return the power to the sovereigns, because I was just linking that from like the compassion of the previous Hydro Archon. And so it's like just returning this. Oh, I feel so validated. I'm still very emotionally distressed, but I feel very validated for this.
In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
Oh my gosh.
But...
Your little...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
Crying in the club.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
Oh.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry.
Oh my... I literally...
I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime?
Yes. Hi, Garcham. Yes, I'm really enjoying the quest. Apologies for crying so much. But
Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principle stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you?
literally was like, I'm pretty sure, like, the god of justice, like, his...
Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice.
Oh, it just...
In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others.
This shot is just...
At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long.
I'm really sorry. I just have to, like, breathe for a moment. This is just...
This was ordained by fate.
Ariso Tsubasa, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry, I can't really, like...
To this
say
day,
anything right
I am
now.
proud of you all.
Also, thank you so much for the Tier 1 subscription. I really appreciate it. Everything up until this point for Focalor has been to return what was taken under a guise. Those Celestia would not have any indication. I just...
Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too.
This...
At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position.
Like...
In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalor.
Like, trailer lines, you know, like, all according to Focalor's plan, make the Hydra Dragon love humanity, so when the time comes for him to judge them. Yeah.
Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
I, Iudex Nervalette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
I'm really sorry. Cleansing rain. Cleansing. Washing.
This was ordained by fate.
Rose cake VT. Thank you so much for the fall. I will be alright. Thank you.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Forgot that Tartalia's been in the abyss for like 80 years. Let's help him.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature.
Neuvillette genuinely sounds like he is going. Man.
We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
I don't think.
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal.
Oh, also this is so cool.
Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
What a love anthem. Oh, we're just in. I don't know if I'll have like the theme for this. Oh dear. Oh, it's beautiful though.
We're going to execute it? How are we going to do that? It's huge!
I've already done my best to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from the
How do I even...
Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
Oh, this is bad because I really actually like the music. Oh, this is so...
Its sorrow turning into hostility.
This is so pretty. Oh, this is so pretty. This is gonna be a very long fight. This, in fact, is not the... Oh my god. I don't think I should be near it when it's doing this. Also, it's... What is happening? What is happening? Oh.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
What?
The night is cold.
I guess I'll just... Never mind. Okay, I have to say this has woken me up again. I don't think I'm going to be able to... What?
To this day, I am proud of you all.
Pig, I'm not winning! What do I do? Okay, I don't know.
What's that Halloween thingy over there? Oh, really scary.
Decided by destiny.
This is not...
Oh, learn to command. Not now. Access denied.
What is this dubstep?
I
Where
have
is
granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment.
I have
Use
neither
my
of
power
these.
to suppress its root from within.
Oh, this is going to be a long night. This is not the team I would use for this ever. What is happening?
Stars, shine for me.
This is unfortunate. I would have just brought like
No touching.
all Hatham to defeat the guy. Because I don't know how I'm gonna do this with this team.
Hold the line. The night is cold. Let me scribe. Born of ice and frost.
Yeah, this boss has a shield, so.
Fate is upon me.
But I can't like really do
I can fix this.
anything.
Don't be scared.
This team is not a team I would take for this. Uh-oh. What? Where's Tartaglia? What? What? She just chucked him in with...
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but... oh well.
I just have so many emotions. Oh. Also, this is going to sound so ridiculous, but I literally made a joke with one of my very good friends, Viv, that Tartaglia is getting himself into some mess, and Skirk is going to be like, "Ugh, what did you do now?" and like appear. This is not actually how I thought she was going. Also, is this her skin?
It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
My disciple and my master pet? Pet? Tartaglia and her master's... Okay, no, I'm not moving on from this. Hold on. Her master?
Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
She has a very interesting design. Okay, so her... I'm assuming this is just part of her skin? Well, whenever I see, like, characters who have, like... I guess it's like a gradient. I'm like... Kirk, why...
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right?
Yeah, like this, like I look at this, the primordial sea, like this is really pretty. Like the colors. Isn't the time, but...
It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world.
Dainsliff. Power from beyond this world? Oh. With a power from...
So you may speak to me as equals.
What sort of person would take the all-devouring narwhal as a pet? Also, low-key, can this be like a Fontaine Surrounded Teapot background? Like it and like Mona's Domain are my favorite.
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks.
Wow. Well, I mean...
All in all, it fails as a pet.
Okay, yeah, this is just... okay.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation.
So, like, legitimately almost a star-devouring narwhal is a pet. So I dare to think of who your master...
So what sort of person is your
oh
master?
my god, I love this.
Well,
Love
child's
this.
master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did.
Your arrival is untimely.
Oh my goodness. Hello, Raiders. Leah, thank you so much for the raid. Many things are happening right now. I'm emotionally devastated, and I just, hi. Hello again. I won't be stopping by. I love them, but are very behind in the quest. Yes, I completely understand. Thank you guys so much for the raid. I hope you guys have a very comfy time. If you have not finished the quest, definitely unlock. So
this was ordained by fate.
I have been crying and rambling about this quest for the past almost 6.5 hours. But I am Kiryu. I am a Genshin lore nerd, and I really love screaming about it with everyone. So it's nice to see everyone. So I'm really curious who your master is, but I'm also curious too as to who KK is. And I'm also very curious, like, you're so powerful that you just like captured that narwhal like it was a Pokeball. So like who's your master? Like the primordial one? Like someone in Celestia? A shade? Like I don't get it. Who is your like
this was ordained by fate.
Sartalogi. Like isn't this a Norse name? Like, okay, yeah. I'm like, this has to, like, this sounds like a Norse. Like, okay, yeah, I was like, okay, that might be like Loki? I don't know. But like, sorry, there's a very beautiful, powerful woman in front of me, so I'm like kind of stumbling over my words. Like, now I'm thinking of, we have Daneslip, which is... Loki is also a sword. Oh no. Oh.
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Hi, Geared. Oh my gosh. Cat, hi. Hello. Oh my gosh, I love you bunches. I am just going through it right now during this quest. So hi, thank you so much for stopping by. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, like I saw Leah's Discord. I joined it. Sword names to curse Conrians. Presumably. Everything Norse, I just stare at Conria about. Specifically. So now I need to know if Daneslip knows Skirk. I would imagine so to some degree. But also I will figure out how to properly pronounce Sutologi, because like I don't want to sound like change. So but once again, thank you for the raid, Leah. Welcome everyone. I'm just going through things, and if you have done the Archon quest, forgive me. I am also unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master is insufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
I'm sorry, I don't think I'm even over the fact that she just like put the narwhal in a Pokeball and just chucked it and Tartaglia into some portal. He was knocked out, mind. He was in his regular form, so clearly he like. I'm so strange. Like the foul. I mean, I've heard of foul.
The foul?
Still nothing? Well, how about the visionary? Vetterfulnir, then? Or Gold Rhine-daughter?
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. I promise I'm okay. I just...
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine-daughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
So they're pursuing some form of perfection, i.e. life or immortality or transcendence in some way.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
We have, in fact, heard of Visionary before in this
Actually,
quest.
never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you.
Rodolph, like... I'm gonna figure out how to pronounce these Norse names. I apologize. Like... I...
That the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you.
Oh, well, that's good, because it was actually just going to kill me, because, like, the team I have was not for it.
Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos.
Wow, this is... Okay, so yeah, this is absolutely... Okay, well, I say absolutely. I don't say that, but this just really looks like her skin. Unless they're, like, really, you know, like the rip tight kind of thing. It just looks like her skin. And this reminds me of, like, Eula's outfit. Very cute.
In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
Oh yeah, I assume you're in the Abyss. You, like, live down here.
What?
Wait. Okay, I'm gonna figure out how to pronounce this. Is it Funir? From what I look, is a hawk sitting between the eyes of an unnamed eagle. It is perched on the top of the world tree, Yggdrasil. The dear Funir. I will practice, I promise. No. It is natural, after all. Prophecy will surely come true. We knew this and accepted it. This is such a shot, like, oh my gosh. I've taken over 30 alone. However...
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Hey! Help! Over here!
My mouth is just open right now. Oh, there's the arc that they were working on. Aeropede. Oh my god.
Initiate emergency rescue.
I've never been more excited and happy to see Risley. Oh my god.
Hurry! Hey, lend a hand.
Like, legitimately, like, it's so on the nose about an arc. Oh my god, it's Chadmine! Oh my gosh. This is so
Look, the water's receding.
beautiful. Like, the OST.
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Oh my gosh.
Are you alright?
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
Oh my gosh. I...
The soil renewed. The Spina di Rosula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rosula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team.
Oh my goodness.
Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
Lumi. Oh, I get so comfortable. I see her.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
The articles do make me curious about how things will play out.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
I have so many questions. And I want to check in, like, I want to check in on Furina. How is Neuvillette doing? How is Navia? I'm sure Risley is fine. Like, I want to know, like...
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Goodness.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
I also really want to see...
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
Oh. May. Oh my goodness. Let it be
Your
known.
arrival is untimely.
Elo, welcome. Thank you, haters. Welcome, welcome. I'm so paranoid to like ever do that ever again. I was like, you know, maybe at some point we like do fight the narwhal and like, you know, now I'm just like petrified to like ever. I'm never doing an Archon quest without like different units. Honestly, I feel like if I just had like Zhongli and I just like sit in places Ganyu, it would have been fine. But like now I need to actually investigate TM. Oh my gosh. Nivelette, my favorite girly. Yes, Nivelette's my wife. Thank you. This is under over here. I love Nivelette. I love Furina. I love my Hydro girl. I forgot. There are like... Oh my gosh. No. I am spamming you. Wait! Oh, I need to adjust my emote now. Let's see. Oh wait, that reminds me. None of that. I wonder if this changes when you do her story quest. Because you have to do this quest to unlock her personal story quest. Navia.
Navia! Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Hmm? Oh, the Fatui are here too!
The way that she said, oh.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work.
Oh, well that's good.
Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Yes. I believe.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats.
Please.
But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
Welcome, Ken. Yes, I also hope everyone in chat is very, very comfy, staying hydrated, have like a snack or are eating. It really means a lot that so many people are lurking and comfy as I emotionally go through this quest.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
Oh, Clara.
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clarand?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision-makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Chlorand at any rate.
Oh my gosh.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up.
Oh, that's so cute.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
I'm admittedly still very unnerved that Tartaglia is just somewhere, I assume, in the abyss with like a Pokeball with like a mythical creature.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Chlorand.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Maripede.
You already knew she was going?
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillet, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media?
Also, I'm pretty sure they said his name at least like, I counted at least like 12 times in this quest that they said that.
I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridesley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
You seem curious about the fortress.
Of course. That Risley. I still remember going down to the fortress to grill him for information on my father's case. Boy, did he take me for a ride. Without telling me anything, of course.
Of course.
But he did invite you to tea, didn't he?
2 large pots of it, in fact. It was good tea, though.
I have to agree. The tea there is very good.
Speaking of that, would you like to have some today? I mean, you've got time, right?
Well, I'd be partial to some shortbread.
Wow, it's like we've got a menu or something. Sure.
Good.
What flavor of biscuits would you like, Mr. Snezhevich?
Me? I'm fine with anything. But I would prefer chocolate, should you have it.
All right. Leave it to me.
I'll go over the newly arrived supplies with you later, Mr. Snezhevich. We should be able to finish the preparatory work today.
That works great for me.
Huh. Is it just me, or did you get a new lipstick?
Navia. This is so cute.
I did. It was a gift from Sijuin. Want to give it a try? I think the color would suit you too.
I see. And now I have to go to the Fortress of Maripede and get lost for the 50,000th time. She's not beating the allegations? She absolutely. Neither of them are beating the allegations. And they were roommates.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place that we were in like 3 days ago.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Oh my gosh.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
Just gals being pals. I have been missing you, yes. Oh my gosh.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
I can't wait for the entire interview will be him talking about nothing but tea.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
I'm just thinking about how one of, not even one of, literally Smay has AC6 Risley. I literally, it just, character is so ridiculous.
Of course.
All right then, this way.
One day I will get Risley, but oh, that amazing. Thank you, sir. Yeah, Kent, my update to that was like, hey, Smay, how is your C2 or 3 Risley? And he's like, I don't have a C2 or 3 Risley. And I'm like, oh, what constellation is he? And he's like, C6. It's like, get away from me.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need.
I guess C6, oh, actually, no, C3 Risley would be like the canon. Since every 5-star always has like default noblesse oblige C3.
Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier,
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
He's such a tease, oh my goodness.
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend.
Oh my goodness, hype him up even more, why don't you?
Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
It's right in front of you, actually. There are quite a few flying ships in Fontaine, believe it or not.
Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
She really does know how to squeeze opportunities for all they're worth.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Oh my gosh. They're so cute.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
No. Deidreen, respectfully, I don't trust you.
Ah, Sigewine.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Sigewine. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot. Huh?
Sure. Do I have to smile?
Gosh.
So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurier? Miss Lorvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two.
Riley, very much so, is just a guy who just minds his business.
I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
Not kiss, kiss, fall in love, please.
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Him smile. I'll linger on this because I know there are many Risley fans.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Yeah, he really said smile. When he's not smirking, that is.
In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
Let's call it a day. How do you tell if it's a day in here? Or like the time of day?
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then. All right. Last stop, the docks.
Oh, you know, I'd love to see you in one of Charlotte's photo shoots one day.
This is so cute.
Is that really necessary? Our line of work doesn't really require much photographing.
It's precisely because we don't need the picture that they'll have value as keepsakes. You don't really look all that opposed to the idea, you know?
Maybe I'm just happy that I managed to once again avoid the spotlight. I think this interview went well either way.
Respectfully, Risley, I feel like if you had like pictures taken of you, there'd be many a people attempting to get into the Fortress of Meripede.
Yes, you successfully kept prying eyes away by using Mr. Jurier and Miss Lorvine as shields. Very good.
You should be happy for them. They have a bright future ahead of them.
He is so... I will not even begin to say what I think about Risley, because I haven't done a story quest, so...
Here are the interview notes. They mentioned that the flying ship may have many uses in the future, and the journalist asked me what I thought of them.
Knowing Risley, he probably knows that. I mean, realistically, seeing as how the fandom reacts to Risley, I would imagine there would be similar individuals in Fontaine who'd be like, wow, this is what the Duke looks like? Let me throw myself in prison.
Seriously, how would I know anything about that? Flight is just flight. Whether people want to use a flying ship to broadcast good news or organize weddings is none of my beeswax.
A wedding?
Oh?
Why are you looking at me like that?
Oh my gosh.
So the flying ship can be used for weddings?
I didn't say that. That journalist mentioned it, and what does that have to do with us anyway?
True. What does that have to do with us?
Oh, they are down horrendous. This is oh gosh. Okay, let me leave. I love Soon. I mean, yeah. Very, very much so it's soon. Whoops. The route? Where is it? No, it's below. Ah. So we are going back to where it all started. I can't, I mean, well, okay, technically I probably could just... can I just, like...
This was ordained by fate.
Drop down? Is it actually, like... I love how it all started here. Excellent.
Allow me.
I love this.
I didn't see them! They really are here! How did you know?
Oh, I thought we were gonna summon the Hydro homies and then drop onto the water? Goodness, I don't think... If I just like drop down, I would absolutely die, I think.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
Oh my gosh. We've come full circle.
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
Really?
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please, write down my address.
I have your contact? Yeah, here's where I live.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
Aww.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
That would be really cute.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
I mean, anything's possible.
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler?
The Traveler is doing all right. I am recovering.
Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's all right. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Okay. All right.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down.
I'm gonna head off now. Bye, everyone. And thank you so much, Istarol, for staying, and to everyone through this entire emotional roller coaster. This genuinely was one of my favorite Archon quests. It's really good. But definitely rest well. What's with the Archons and giving away their gnosis? Well, to be fair, when you look back into the Archons and their gnosis, I feel like them not having anything to do with it is... I feel like it's recontextualized when you learn that the gnosis are actually the power that was stripped from the sovereigns. It's kind of like, this isn't my power anyway. Celestia is already incredibly shady within itself, so I don't really have an attachment to it. Like, I'm a firm believer that Venti just let his be taken, and then you have Zhongli having his offered via contract. A didn't want anything to do with hers after everything that happened in like Conria and what happened with her nation during the Cataclysm. Nahida exchanged hers for knowledge, and I mean, but like, I still think Venti imbued his into Dvalin. I think he imbued the power that was within the Gnosis into Dvalin, so when Senora took the Gnosis, there wasn't really anything like else in it, if that makes sense. Like it was the sovereign battery of wind, but now it's just a battery of something, and he had already given it to Dvalin or something. At least, you know.
Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
That's true, but this is a Gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
Can I see him and Farina?
So there's some reason for this that only Neuvillette knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The Gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Well, I guess I can call him one of my war buddies. Well, he's returned to... Okay, so Skirk made a portal to Snezhnaya where he lives, I guess, and chucked him in there with the Pokeball.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Oh my goodness, it's Father.
Father!
Well, well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks.
I wonder what piece it is.
Switching my masks is something I've always done.
What a line. Especially at the end of this quest. Will you keep to your position?
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Actually, I just remembered something. Please help us deliver this. Thank God. I was like, we have his visions. Give him... Get this off of me. Give him his vision back.
A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Goodbye, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met, too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see how Nivelette's doing? As long as he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
Immediately. Where? I must see him. Where? At the... Actually. Do they extend inventory space? I believe it depends. I'm looking at, like, quest items you no longer have. I am reading this after the quest. I am reading this after the quest. Can't read it right now. Must. Sprint. Also, I took a video before. I'm curious if you can still hear her crying under the fountain. I would imagine not anymore. Okay, I can't. I'm too impatient. I need to see him. Must see him. This is not what I meant to do. I did not. Oh. Did I? Wait. Isn't he behind? I feel like he would be behind, like where the... Hold on. I'm like all over the... Forgive me. Okay, yeah. Well, I don't know why I just... He's right.
Entrance to the fortress. Ooh, he really is there.
Oh, this Hydroculus is directly on. We'll not do that right now, though. Oh.
So, you really are here, Nivelette. Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
I love him.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
So Lord deceived the heaven principle.
Whoa. So that's what happened?
I only saw Furina's part myself.
Lord destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element.
I want to scream, but I cannot. I am so happy. Series.
Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet.
Okay.
In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
So he's him.
Fossilor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
You could say that it was at that moment that the Fontainians were finally truly born. So is Neuvillette the strongest in Tevat so far? So here's the thing. The original sovereigns were the strongest elemental dragons in their respective, well, element. So like, canonically, yes. Because he has full control over Hydro now. Like, but the thing is, like, of course, like, I'm not gonna go into full, like, real, like, power scaling, like, kind of like a DBZ who would beat this person in this kind of form kind of thing, because that's just kind of obnoxious. But if we just look at what everything, like, what we've registered, like objectively speaking, canonically, he would be the most powerful. Because he has regained his full dragonhood. So that's a lot taken. You know, because I joked about, like, what if someone pushed a Meluzine and then, like, he would just bloodbend them? So, however, I would imagine there might be some, discrepancies.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Fossilor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too!
I'm just thinking in terms of, like, power and, like, what that all means. Also, you saying, oh no, Mui? The price to, the price for him to have his power back.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask.
Oh my gosh, I love the obligatory must-ask person of lore at the end of an Archon quest.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, I love this. Time to screech. The bloodbending you mentioned? Okay, yeah. Like, I was, like, mainly joking because I wouldn't actually think that Neuvillette would bloodbend anyone. I'm just saying theoretically he could. Even though he's a very honorable and just individual. I don't think he would do such. However, about the initial verdict that was passed on Child.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal.
Okay.
But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Fossilor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Fair?
Guess Fossilor had Fontainians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontainians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontainians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Wow. Oh my gosh. Oceanids who were blessed with spring water would descend as new humans.
This was ordained by fate.
Lilax, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
That's very cute.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hoyo knew we'd all want to know. I mean, to be fair, I literally asked, not even asked, I told my friend Viv, I was like, listen, sovereigns are reborn, right? So what if? And she immediately was like, no, Kiryu. Neverlet will not have an heir. I was like, hey, they just always get reincarnated, you know?
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House.
Aww.
I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted.
She's finally free.
She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest.
Oh, his expression. Please.
Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House. Not unlike how an ordinary person might.
Farina, stop. Rest well, Farina.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
Yeah, baby deserves the longest vacation and she needs to have all of the... be able to sleep and to finally be herself or unlearn everything that she's, you know.
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Oh,
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me.
I am the law. I love him.
As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person.
I'm so proud of him.
Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
I'm just like blinking because I'm like, this man is so powerful. It's kind of scary. He just has full command over the arc system. He's him. Like it's
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
just a bit, Paimon. Just a bit. But like what I love about Neuvillette is like, yeah, he looks like stoic and scary, but like you just give him head pats and he's fine.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
Fair.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
The next stop on my journey.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume.
Dude, we like flew through Fontaine. I feel like... I don't know.
I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
What?
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity.
So, dragon people? Or like, oh, I love dragons. You can't tell me there's more dragons. Now I really, like, I just got attached to one dragon. I can't, like...
Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
I just got lightheaded. Capitano? Capitano? Okay. Capitano. Next to Colombina, Capitano is a harbinger I am very interested in. Because the last information we received of him really was Mika being like, oh yeah, I was on an expedition with Varka or something, and like Varka just had a conversation with him, you know. It was really intense, and it's like, yeah, I bet. Like, wow.
The captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
Oh, also speaking of, I imagine Mr. Worldwide will also be there because he's like, I really want to fight the captain. He's super strong. One day I'll be able to fight him. Like, okay, child, I hope you get to fight your senpai one day.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you.
Hog. I love that.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
This is so... Oh my gosh. Oh, I don't have any more questions.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about the Gnosis. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Oh, so Nivelle... Okay, he just sends people back from... Okay, you could just do that. Well, why not? Oh, we're loading in.
Well,
We're going back to the same...
We're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet?
Oh, okay, so he can just... Okay. Sorry, I just... This man's so powerful.
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend.
That's very... ominous.
I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Wait. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to hit my mic. Like, oh. Eric, sweetie, what are you talking about? The remains of the third descender? So that implies... Okay. 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 They're dead. Who killed them? Why?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
So, the Gnosis are the remains of descenders? Okay. Okay. Here I am in my comfy little world thinking that the Gnosis were the sovereign's power, but they're actually remains of descenders. Which, okay, that makes so many questions then, because there are 7 Gnosis. So it's the Gnosis are both the sovereign's power and the remains of descenders? I'm actually
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him.
So the stripped power of the sovereign and the remains of descenders are just in the shape of chess pieces that are given to the Archon as a proof of their connection to Celeste. That makes even more, like, that just opens up, because the Traveler is... I'm so... Okay.
It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans.
Eric, you say that as if... okay, I guess you're not human, but that... The thing is, so she said the third descender was that Gnosis, which could imply the other Gnosis are from other descenders. However, it's like... Yes, so Like, I even made like a little video about it, how I feel the Traveler's abilities are just weaker forms of the Sovereign's ability. I think the biggest contributing factor to that is Hydro Traveler. But like the fact that like it's like okay, because this is it reminds me, yeah, of the Fatui using God Remains. And so Celestia was like, we're going to use Descender Remain. Okay.
Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
Devout cycle.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
Here's currently an ad break, but I can't move on from this right now just because of this exchange. The fact that like Celestia uses Descender Remains and Sovereign Stolen Power as a no-seed. The Fatui, in fact, use God Remains to create delusion. You have the Traveler's power that was stripped of them. So the third Descender must have died around the time the first and the second who came, right? That's like what I'm thinking, but I really am gonna have to digest even more because I'm actually speechless. The fact how does okay. This makes me even more. So what came first, the Archons or the Gnosis? I feel like the Gnosis came first. I personally have always, like, I don't really always been of the belief, but like everything the Archons have done, everything that represents the Archons was already done by the Sovereigns. It's just kind of like not a cruel, but like a, like, hey, they represent an element. They're incredibly strong in this element. If they die, they're reborn. They rule over their like nations and things. But I'm pretty sure, like personally, I think the Gnosis would come first. It would make sense. I feel like Descenders have had a much larger and longer impact than the Archons have. Like Descenders to me is something that is also on the topic of Descenders. What's like we haven't even like talked about like more of like the primordial one, its shades, and the Dragon King. Like assuming like the sovereigns are they reincarnate, they are reborn, and so who's to say the king of sovereigns won't return, or assuming has not returned? Also, what's going on with Odin? I say Odin in quotations because of Genshin's form of Odin, whether it's King Ermin or what have you. Like I feel like the king of dragons, like we've been getting information more. Like I'm really happy we're finally like really going into like sovereign stuff, but like I don't know, stuff is going on in the abyss and with the king of dragons. Like I just there's something going on there. There's something.
This third Descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know.
Of course.
If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Okay, honestly, Skirk's kind of funny. Like, wait, I have an errand boy. So true. But like, I, I just...
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
I love this game, and it also drives me crazy in the sense that, like, you cannot tell me something like that and then just be like, I wish you the best in your journey to Nadlin.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
See, now I think of like all the Tsaritsa descender theories, and I'm like, oh.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
That's very smart. Obviously, they will always have a way for the Fatui to get the Gnosis, but I mean, as we continue in the story, any information about the Gnosis or visions and Archons, there's also really, like, huge... It's just... this game. A Descender. You mentioned one of them. I am the fourth Descender, or for me, this information means two things. One, that the Gnosis are related to Descenders, and two, that the one who came before me has already died.
I guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third Descender.
Okay, so all of the Gnosis are from the... Okay, well that's... Thank you.
I wonder. Does your body also possess similar properties?
Don't say. I in fact like Lumine and Aether. I want them to be comfy. Let's see. But it's also like your power was stripped from you by the Sustainer. And I know Fontaine is not playing this happy music right now during this very horrifyingly new information. He's like, does your body also possess similar properties? Curious.
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy.
I mean, it is creepy, but I kind of want to talk, like, more about that. Like, can we, like, rewind for, like, 15 seconds? That's what he just...
Comparing the Traveler to the dead third Descender and all?
Don't worry, I won't die so easily. My time will come when I finally meet my sibling, and we're in Conria, and everything goes up in flames.
That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck.
And you'll be there, Paimon, in your true form.
Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
Okay, I do want him to recover because it made me genuinely so upset seeing him in such a state. But like, I mean, talking to I feel like Skirk's pretty just straightforward. She's like, oh, well, I mean, yeah, I refuse to go to the surface because too many things TM happen there.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
can't believe I'm gonna go like from this and then like now I'm just thinking of Dainsleif.
But
Don't
she
worry.
sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
Can you understand the will of the gods?
I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops.
Oh, that's very poetic.
Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
I don't like it. Like, I don't like this. So, Genshin Impact, please. Oh my gosh. What do you mean? Oh. Oh my gosh. Neverlet. Oh,
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask.
Oh,
Ask
no.
away.
I
will tell you the
actually
truth as I know
won't.
it.
Goodbye.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan.
But no, what do you mean?
In the
Like,
meantime-
what do you mean? What do you Dragon Sovereign Plays, what do you mean? Literally. Hydrate? Actually, I probably should hydrate. I apologize for my outbursts and being very, like, very thirsty for Nibbler. My theory is that Reindotir creates life because, well, why not? And also because she's like, well, if the Shade of Life is going to create life, then I'm going to do it. Humanity can be its own... I mean, seeing as how alchemists are gardeners. I'm still a bit miffed that Focalor took the easy way out while Furina suffered, but it saved everyone, so I'm over it. Yeah, I want... I... How do I What emote do I want to use for that? I will do
Being too
this.
popular can be such a hassle.
That quest was fantastic. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wait. Do I? Okay. I have been waiting obsessively. I want to read about him. Oh my... Wait! No, before that. Oh my gosh. Oh, I just switched it to Korean. Well... What is this?
입이 닳도록 얘기한 화제군요. 저를 인간의 범주에서 제외하려는 건 아닙니다만 생각해 보십시오. 정의, 공정, 평등, 법률. 이 개념들은 서로 동등할 수 없습니다. 물은 공평하다는 본성을 지녔고 전대물이신 에게리아는 모든 생명을 사랑으로 연결지어 평등을 이루려고 했죠. 그리고 지금의 신은 평등한 법률을 추구하기로 했고 각종 외부 요인으로 인해 심판만을 쫓는 안타까운 결과를 낳았지만 이유가 있어서 그런 거니 비난해서는 안 되겠지요.
I see. Yes, I'm gonna go through their... I need to hear. I need...
당신이 세상 밖에서 왔다면 제가 이 뒤집힌 세상에 내리는 심판을 지켜봐 주십시오. 본디 위대하신 아버지께서 다스려야 할 나라였거늘 지금은 추악한 깃털이 다스리고 있습니다. 뒤집히고 어긋난 이 세상을 바로잡기 위해 제가 이 땅에 왔습니다.
Novelette. This realm dismantled was of the formidable father himself, but what now reigns here is a cluster of filthy feathers. Though we live in a world of disarray, I shall undertake to restore all that has been broken. Yep.
폰타인 사람들과 오랫동안 지내고 당신과 동행하다 보니 생각이 바뀌었습니다. 인간의 죄는 이미 사면했으니 앞으로의 심판은 평범한 인간에게 해를 가하지 않을 것을 약속하지요. 다만 저와 참주 사이에는 아직 청산하지 못한 원한과 해야 할 복수가 남아 있습니다.
Nevertheless, my grievances with the usurpers have yet to be settled. They owe a debt of blood that shall not be forgotten. Okay.
제가 신들을 판결할 거라는 사실은 절대 바뀌지 않을 겁니다. 황금의 신은 바위의 권능을 쟁취했으니 당연히 심판을 받아야 하죠. 저와 그 신이 싸울까봐 걱정할 필요는 없습니다. 전 폰타인에 아주 오래 머물러야 하니까요. 400년이 넘도록 있어야 할지도 모르죠. 게다가 판결이 꼭 싸움으로 이어질 거라는 보장도 없습니다.
As the Archon who won the authority of Geo, Deus Ari must be called to trial. Literally any dead emote that anyone has, that's how I feel right now, but I can't unlook. I have, like, I'm not dead, but I'm just like, oh my god, the dragon husbands are fighting. Like, oh, like, oh, I love Zhongli so much. Kiryu, I just wanted to say your streams are my absolute favorite way to experience Genshin Impact, period. That means so much, Genesis. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm so sorry. I'm flustered right now. Thank you. Deus Ari. If one does not wish to see us on opposite sides of a conflict, they need not worry, for I intend to stay in Fontaine. It will meet another 400 years. As another point of consolation, even when the trial eventually takes place, it is still not a given that the judgment will lead to... I mean, I would hope you guys don't, but...
천지가 뒤집혀도 찬탈자인 일곱 신을 향한 저의 심판은 계속될 겁니다. 미풍과 희망의 신은 바람의 권능을 받았으니 똑같이 심판을 기다려야 하죠. 평소엔 그저 취객일 뿐이라 위험하지 않다고요. 그래도 일단 만나봐야겠습니다.
What do you have to say? Like, this...
제가 신들을
like, I am obsessed with... Like, I love Shulman. Deus Ari. He is a man of many titles. After all, his name currently is just one of many he uses on his various contracts. Oh goodness, I'm gonna think about this forever.
완전한 용의 자격을 다시 얻은 잔존자로서 바다의 모든 물을 하늘로 돌려보내는 한이 있어도 전 저의 맹세와 책임을 이행할 겁니다. 나루카미는 번개의 권능을 쟁취했으니 찬탈자 명단에 오르는 건 당연한 일입니다. 지금은 마음의 종토에 틀어박혀서 거의 나오지 않는다고요. 그럼 몇백 년 뒤에 찾아가도록 하죠.
I'm so sorry. The way that Novelette's like, I will, you know, it's okay. When she appears, she will still get these hands and this judgment. Do I have that correctly? Oh my gosh.
언젠가 초목의 신을 심판하게 되더라도 그 책임감만큼은 인정합니다. 세상에 완벽한 건 없다지만 그녀가 보인 헌신과 애정은 책임자로서의 끊임없는 발전을 증명했으니까요. 약 500년 동안 냉대를 받았다고 들었는데 그 신이 겪은 일에 대해선 매우 유감입니다.
Protect Nahida. No, please. No.
그녀의 공연이 마침내 막을 내렸군요. 연기는 상상의 산물이지만 프리나는 이를 통해 자신의 직책을 완수했죠. 겁 많고 나약한 인간이 광캐 의존에 용감해지다니 지금까지 정말 고생했다고 말하고 싶군요. 기회가 되면 그녀의 무대를 위해 박수를 치고 싶습니다. 예, 기회가 닿는다면요.
Or it just like, for instance, this, yeah, like him throwing hands, like he didn't need someone. But like this, for instance, should have been locked.
찬탈자로부터 7 권능의 일부를 회수했습니다. 이게 제 본래 모습이죠. 완전한 용이 됐으니 이제 남은 신들도 심판할 수 있겠군요. 높은 하늘 위에 있는 찬탈자들의 왕을 심판하는 게 저의 운명이지만 그 전까지 힘을 빌려드리겠습니다.
I just oh yeah, I'm also very excited for Furina's like story quest. I am just Duflet's literally like, oh, the Archons. I see. They will get these hands, but they will also go to trial. Was it always Ancient Dragon's authority? No, it was question mark, question mark, question mark. However, it's just Ancient Dragon's authorities. Now I am very curious as to his character stories. Due to a variety of reasons, Fontaine's legal codices retain all manner of odd articles from days past. Novelette himself contribute this clause. A Melusine shall be addressed as she rather than it for the people too. I remember. Like, I just love how attached he is to the Melusines. Like I'm trying to remember. There's this. Was it 3, 4, and 5, or was it 4 and 5? But then it's also like, oh, the nursery rhyme. Okay, okay. Like, I'm pretty sure I read. Was this Character Story 3? I feel like I've read this before, but maybe I haven't. Like, I think it was 3, 4, and 5. I might just be misremembering. Like this, oh my gosh. This is so intense. Okay, I remember reading this. I'm gonna read 4. I'm gonna read all of these. I'm so curious. I'm so like I'm so I'm admittedly the most curious about vision. Novelette does not need a vision to manipulate the elements. However, there were some things he learned only after regaining his complete form. Severely wounded in the Great War of Vengeance, the usurper had their functions ruined. Functions. And could no longer use their absolute authority to suppress the original order of this world. To continue to subdue and control the resentments and loathing of the world, the usurper and one who came after created the Gnosis together. So it came to be that the order was made to be upheld, and thus did humans come to only possess these 7 remembrances, and all fragments of the primordial were driven to devour each other. From that day on, whenever a person's wishes reached the heavens, the 7 overseers of the material realm were duty-bound to grant them a gift. Though they might know nothing of who or what wish had stepped into the threshold of the sacred, the 7 Archons still had to impart a shattered shard of their mastery to that person. And one so gifted completed their duty, the gift the gods would receive in return would be more abundant still. Neuvillette obeys no edict from the heavens, but he does acknowledge human will, so he too set aside parts of himself, as like unto the dragon treasure hordes of old, awaiting valiant humans to come and claim them. What? The usurper had their functions ruined and could no longer use their absolute authority to suppress the original order, to continue to subdue and control the resentments and loathing. The usurper and the one who came after created. So the primordial one and the second who came created the Gnosis together? So it came to be that the order was made to be upheld, and thus did humans come to only possess these 7 remembrances. That's quite the phrase. And all fragments of the primordial were driven to devour each other. Like, I have so many questions. Like, I am not good. Like, I'm gonna wait a few days before I start screaming on possibly trying to make any lore short. But like, this is very juicy. Like, I have many questions. A Fontainian nursery rhyme. Hydro dragon, don't cry. No one knows who composed this children's song or when, but it has organically spread throughout Fontaine all the same. Neuvillette has been somewhat perplexed by this, no matter how much time he has spent with Fontainians or how much they've been through together. He still cannot quite put a finger on how people view the real him, or that is to say, the Hydro Dragon. In addition to commanding the power of Hydro, the Hydro Dragon also had mastery over the sea that was the source of life. Before any outside life forms were ever created, all life on this planet traced its origins to the primordial sea. Indeed, those placid waters were worthy of the title of birthing waters or amniotic fluid given by those who came after. And the Hydro Dragon could, in turn, be regarded as this planet's original god of life. Neuvillette knows all this, of course, just like he knows that all rivers meet again in the great ocean. These birthing waters might not be of any special importance to humans, but for Neuvillette, he can differentiate every drop, every minute memory. He still remembers the foreign usurper appointing their own god of life in order to order the living. Yeah, shade of life. Goodness gracious. He still remembers how the usurper had made her to suppress the original vital force of this planet. Yeah, Egeria. To suppress the original vital force of this planet. And of course, he also knows she came to commit the original sin. Having considered all this, Neuvillette decided then that whoever had penned that rhyme, as well as the Fontainians who came to believe in it, must not have known that the Hydro Dragon all that well, considering that they thought the Hydro Dragon could cry. What did they take said dragon for? Some sort of bleeding heart who grieved for humans and the heavens alike? Yeah, when I think of devouring each other, I do think of the Archon War, but like... My mind is racing. I need to, like, I'm trying to piece things together, and it's like... The Hydro Sovereign, the god of life, but the usurpers and the Outlanders, because the Celestia are the Outlanders. Celestia is not native to Teyvat. And then they just overthrew everything. This line is sort of like, you thought I was feeling you? Like, goodness gracious. Oh. Okay. I'm sorry. I need to read this. I saw one word and I hope you all understand why. One as great as he should have no need for a constellation to shine over him. After all, fate is merely the manner in which the present ruler of this world plays with living beings. Oh, that's... Oh. No. Now that he has obtained one part of the seven of the authority over the mortal realm and reforged the throne and title of a fully fledged dragon, he is one strong enough to equal and rival the human realm, and logic would dictate that he need not subscribe to the system known as fate. So he's literally him. He's just above fate now. He can see in the skies of destiny how many stars contend with one another, creating a complicated, fragile world. He did not initially care much about such, for the puppet strings glossed as divine rules would one day be burned away by the fires of judgment. But he too was taken in by a certain pleasing rhetoric. In that case, why don't you just watch over the Fontainians? They were born from the primordial sea, after all. That makes them part of this planet's native life, too, and a form of life that requires your care. He would never admit that he himself had become quite fascinated with the joys and sorrows of humanity. Was it not so, he would argue, that humans find their gaze stolen by the ripples from falling raindrops and puddles? And could it not be, he would explain, that King Nibelung had been wrong, and that the black void could only be opposed if all life were to band together as one? I'm sorry, I have to sit on. I have to sit on this. Yes, the black void is absolutely the... And could it not be, he would explain, that King Nibelung, excuse me, had been wrong, and that the black void could only be opposed if all life were to band together as one? Thus did he, in the end, come into his own fate. The skies had left a special, ennobled place for him, one reserved for the overseers and those who could defy the world itself, that of his own reflection. Of course, he was born in the form of a human, but why then is his name the image of the great Leviathan? Well, this leads us to a more mundane explanation for the situation, one quite separate from grave matters of the world's fate. As the one named quote-unquote novelette, he would often be roped by Melusines, especially Sigewinne, into a bit of astrology via the Steambird's constellation columns or astrology guides from Sumeru. Would it really do at that point to tell them that he didn't have a constellation, or that his own constellation was just novelette? Literally, the only way you can combat the abyss is all life coming together. If the abyss whale is a pet in the abyss, it may... Oh, that reminds me. Remember that quest item this? Hold on. I actually need to read, because this is really, really... A drop of water obtained from within the colossal beast who coveted the primordial sea of life. A philosopher in the faraway ancient world once posited that where there is life, there is also death. Naturally, where there is death, there is life. If not, then, the fleeting light cannot resist the eternal darkness, and all withers into nothingness at the end of time. The rules among the stars dictate that nature must be conserved, but the laws of the universe have never been conserved. In a sealed box, destruction always overpowers new life. Millennia upon millennia of prosperity are but an instant in a span of billions of years. The greatest of achievements, the proudest accomplishments, in time all will tarnish, decay, dissipate, and ultimately fade into oblivion. Thus, there are things floating in among the stars, once adorned with countless prestigious titles from innumerable civilizations, shedding tears from their ordained demise. Their tears stream down out of desperation, out of hope, because all desperation and hope alike will be utterly extinguished along with the innumerable stars. Their tears stream down out of sorrow, out of joy, because both will eventually scatter into the cold, dark, endless void. Every tiny yet beautiful silhouette and every moment worth remembering will fade with time, even stars. And then there are these so-called gods that are determined to save everything worth saving and devour everything that should be devoured. Until the end of time, until the sea of stars recess into nothing but dying embers, until a newborn world moves for the first time in the stomach of the whale, there will be no more sins, no more sadness, and no more tears, because everything died with the ancient stars. Links. Like, the moment I heard sealed box, like, oh, so in Pandora's box, destruction always overpower life. This right here, but like this is nihilism. This right here, like this is like this is nihilism. Like it's just like, oh. But this is also like the despair amongst the stars condensed in this tear. Ooh, I have so much I want to... There's literally so much. Oh my gosh. Like, I feel like this was... I'm actually speechless. I'm actually speechless. I love them. Yeah, it's like, it talks about desperation, despair, hope, light, desperation, hope. Like, it's... How do I even explain it? It's just one of those things that's just so incredibly... Like, this cycle is one that I am very curious and also horrified to think about. But I am actually going to call the stream there. I did not realize I have been streaming for 8 hours. So I am overjoyed. This was one of my favorite quests to date. I'm so happy able to stream it and discuss it with you all. But that was so insane. I want to thank everyone for the follows and the subscriptions. Like, I really, really miss, like, I'm really grateful. Sorry, I think my, like, sleep is taking over me.
This
But, like,
was ordained by fate.
I really want to thank everyone so much again for the support and being here. You guys are awesome. And again, I do scream about Genshin lore. I'm trying to
This was
do
ordained by fate.
trying to do my best in terms of keeping a more consistent stream schedule. But I end up just like getting distracted with making lore shorts and things on TikTok. So, but I want to thank everyone again. I absolutely will be rambling on Twitter about this, but I will probably give it a few days to fester just because of how much information we're getting. So I really look forward to talking to you guys all again. And I really hope to those who have done the quest and will be doing Furina's quest that you have a great time. So once again, thank you guys again and have a great evening. Talk to you guys soon.